Today we take for granted the motorways, A-roads and city streets, over 2,000 miles of them that form the skeleton road map of Britain. And all because of the Romans, with their ingenuity and dogged determination to conquer everything in their path.
I'm Dan Jones, and I'm going to retrace the story of our Roman past along 6 of their most iconic roads.
Each road tells the story of our Roman legacy and its rich history. From their very first road across Kent, which powered their invasion, to the vital routes which helped them conquer most of Britain, before being beaten into retreat by the Scots. In nearly 400 years of occupation, the Romans changed Britain forever by bringing their armies, ideas, buildings, and religion.
But the Romans couldn't have done any of it without one thing: their roads. This time I'll be looking at 2 important roads which intersect in the northeast of Britain: Deer Street and Staingate. Together, they were integral to the expansion of the Roman Empire here.
Deer Street runs for 226 miles. It heads north from York and loosely follows the route of the A1. When the Romans built Deer Street, their aim was to extend their territory as far as they could. This road goes to the furthest reaches of their entire empire.
Deer Street runs all the way into Scotland, where it dissolves into a series of byways, but before it gets there, it crosses Staingate, a key east-west route.
So when I reach that junction, I'll explore some of Staingate too, because the Romans built their great stone barrier across northern England right beside it. Hadrian's Wall is now recognised as one of the wonders of their empire.
Deer Street, Staingate and Hadrian's Wall are part of a story about Roman military and colonial ambitions in Britain. Now, the Romans saw no reason that their empire should have any limits, and while some of our native tribes were happy to collaborate, in Scotland it was a different story.
The history of Deer Street is one of an invading army being tested to the very limit. I'll explore how the Romans, faced with forceful resistance from the native tribes, had to rethink their whole invasion plan. Its starting point, York, was founded in 71 AD by a legion of the Imperial Roman Army, known as the 9th Spanish Legion. Their name for the city was Eboracum, which means place of the yew tree. My journey starts at a place of great significance to the Roman invasion.
This is York Minster, one of the world's most magnificent medieval cathedrals. Where the minster stands today was once the Principia, a military headquarters in the middle of a vast legionary fortress. Now, this column was found in excavations under the minster. It's one of 16 that once held up the Principia's Great Hall. And I suppose it's ironic that a place where today people pray for peace was once filled with Roman centurions planning for war.
When York was founded, the Romans had already been in Britain for 30 years. In that time, the southern tribes in our land had been mostly pacified. But the north remained a contested and rebellious region for centuries. York still bears the hallmarks of an army defending its territory from hostile tribes living nearby.
This is the Multangular Tower. It once formed a corner of the fortress. Now, that top part was rebuilt in the Middle Ages, but you can still see the bottom section contains the original Roman bricks. Now, archaeologists believe it would once have stood 9 metres tall, and for local people who mostly lived in single-storey buildings made of thatch, wood and mud, that must have been quite a sight.
Adam Parker of the Yorkshire Museum knows the history of the Roman civilization here and of the tower.
Why is there this massive wall in the middle of town?
So the Multangular Tower and the city walls that come off on the side of this is the legionary fortress at Eboracum. It was first constructed in AD 70-71 by the 9th Legion and was originally a big timber fortress. And this is designed to house 5,000 to 6,000 men of the Roman Legion whilst they're here in the north. So this is the launch pad for the rest of the invasion further north past Yorkshire.
So why did the Romans need 5,000 or 6,000 men right here?
geographically were between the two big Iron Age tribes in the region, the Brigantes and the Parisi. The Brigantes had a client relationship with Rome, which eventually broke down in the middle of the 1st century AD, requiring greater military intervention on the part of the Romans.
So you're between these two dangerous tribes. Are the walls then just to keep them out?
This was a big monumental imposition in the north of Yorkshire. So it's a place to house the troops, and then they're going to move forward beyond it. It was never really designed to be a place where soldiers are fighting from the battlements down onto an invading group of people underneath them.
So the walls here just to impress people?
They have several functions, one of which is to impose initially the dominance of the Roman Empire in this part of Britain, but they also serve to show the power and the importance of the legion in this part of Britain.
And it had some pretty illustrious visitors as well.
At least 4 times the city of Eboracum was visited by Roman emperors. So the Emperor Hadrian, he's the great builder, he's on a great tour, he visits different parts of the empire, and then this is the furthest fringe in the north. In the 3rd century, Septimius Severus comes here because he's on a military campaign further north into Scotland, and Constantius Chlorus comes here to impose some more Roman dominance on the region.
Why would an emperor feel the need to come all the way to the ends of the empire? Why not just sit in the middle and send your generals?
It's important to be able to deal with regions that are politically unstable as quickly as possible. York was founded because of this unrest with Brigantes, and it could very easily have, the history could have been very different if there were different political uprisings against people against Rome. Having the emperor here, with leading the front of the army, bringing additional troops in as well, very much stamps that down.
10 years before York was founded, the Romans quashed a rebellion led by Boudica, queen of the Iceni tribe, at the Battle of Watling Street. They were determined to keep hold of their precious territory in Britain. York was a strategic place from which they could control the surrounding territory and, more importantly, launch expeditions further north. And to reach those wild lands, the Romans did what they always did. They built a road.
This is more or less where Deer Street begins. Now, this archway is medieval. It stands on the site of an earlier gate, the northwest gate of the Roman fort. This is where my journey begins, and I'll be following in the footsteps of many a Roman legionary.
As those soldiers marched up Deer Street to expand the Roman Empire, they hoped for glory. As I journey north through Yorkshire and beyond, I want to discover why the Romans met so much resistance from the local tribes. Deer Street was built on the orders of the Roman governor of Britain, Agricola, as he set about conquering the territories north of York. 17 miles beyond the city walls, my first stop is the village of Aldborough. In Roman times, it was known as Isurium Brigantum.
This was what the Romans called a civitas, essentially a local town for local people. And in this case, the people were a native tribe called the Brigantes. In the early years of the conquest, they seem to have had a sort of on-off alliance with the Romans. But by the middle of the 2nd century, that alliance had stabilised, and this town was built as a sort of Roman-style capital for the Brigantes.
For the last decade, archaeologist Rose Ferraby has been uncovering the story of Isurium Brigantum. I've come to find out more about life here during the Roman occupation.
So where are we standing now if this were Roman times?
Well, we're on the edge of the Roman town, on the western edge. So this rather sort of submarine-looking like structure here is actually the town wall, and out where the conifer trees are, that was the defensive ditches.
Okay.
And it's dipping away down there. And then, if you imagine, that's the wall, that's outside, and here's inside. Our surveys have started to give us an impression of the road system and the governance, and what we've realised is that basically this is a town built fresh.
So this is a sort of Roman new build town, a bit like Milton Keynes in the sort of 2nd century AD. Why would the Romans build a town for this region?
Aldborough is on a point where it's on a trade route, but also it's when the Romans decide to go north. And we know that as a town, it seems to have been established properly and built in its formal layout in about 120 AD.
Would the people of this region ever have seen anything like this town before?
I think this town itself would be unusual for the local population. We now know that the Forum is about 3 times as big as the present church, and it's built of beautiful white limestone. It would have shone out in the landscape. So imagine coming out across the river and seeing this big town with its imposing red walls and its big forum and basilica in the centre.
It's hard to imagine what Roman Aldborough would have looked like, but this artist's impression of a Roman forum gives us an idea of the kind of architecture seen throughout their empire. Aldborough was deliberately grand. It was meant to showcase the best of Roman life in an attempt to civilise the locals. Evidence of their lavish lifestyle was uncovered in the 19th century.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, I don't think I expected to see a mosaic out in the middle of, a village in Yorkshire. What's the story?
So what we've got here is a lion sitting underneath a palm tree, and all that's really left of him, you can see his tail and sort of his crossed paws at the front.
Yeah.
So the story is that someone was burying a dead calf in here, and they dug a hole, and that's when they came across the mosaic. So actually, quite a bit of the lion is missing because of that. But we can see the general outline of it sitting under his tree. And what this is telling us is that the residents of Aldborough, far from being at the far-flung edge of the empire, shivering in the cold, were well off. They were part of a sort of wider Roman culture. And they were doing things like bathing. They had underfloor heating.
Well, the best rule in the world, I don't think anyone in Yorkshire, particularly in Roman times, had ever seen a lion sitting under a palm tree. So this is probably giving us a sense of real cultural interchange within the Roman world.
Exactly, and not just that, but the fact that there are very talented craftspeople coming through as well. The image of the lion may have come that the craftsmen brought the image with them, but also there's the small chance that they may have seen lions in the amphitheatre which Aldborough has. And the fact that Aldborough has an amphitheatre is another indication of just how kind of well off its residents were.
That's amazing, and what a picture this gives us of this town 15, 16, 1700 years ago, as somewhere that was, in its way, I guess, like a mini Rome.
An amphitheatre with lions and gladiators, similar to these ruins, it shows how important the town was. The Romans were able to build it here because the queen of the local Brigantes tribe had agreed to their governance. She was called Cartimandua. According to the Roman writer Tacitus, Cartimandua had an affair with a Roman soldier, was kidnapped by her jealous husband, and eventually had to be rescued by the Romans.
Despite becoming a sort of client state, it seems that the Brigantes continued to revolt against Rome for more than a century. Now, it's hard to know exactly what lay behind the fighting, but seeing as the Brigantes controlled a vast amount of territory stretching from Derbyshire to Northumberland, it's unlikely that everyone within that was signed up to Project Rome.
Like most native tribes in Britain, the Brigantes left no written records. Most of what we know about them was documented by the Romans, so the information is one-sided. Whatever the cause of the fighting, the Roman army was kept busy here well into the 2nd century. Forts were built along Deer Street to try to quell dissent. As I continue my journey through North Yorkshire, it's obvious that geographical and physical obstacles presented no issues for the Roman engineers who built this road.
This is Pierce Bridge near Darlington, where Deer Street crosses the River Tees. Now, before Roman times, there would have been a ford across this river, but using it would have meant diverting the road, and that was simply not the Roman way.
The Roman way was to build a bridge. In fact, they built two. The first was made of wood, crossing the river roughly where the George Hotel now stands. The second bridge, dating from the 3rd century AD, was built of sturdier materials.
These stones are all that's left of the Roman bridge that once crossed the River Tees here. Now, in its prime, it was 123 metres long, held up by a series of stone piers.
It may have looked something like this artist's impression of a similar bridge in Kent.
Where's the river gone? Well, over the years, erosion has gradually moved it that way to the north, leaving this bridge stranded on dry land. Now, in Roman times, such a valuable piece of engineering would never be left undefended, so the Romans also built a fort here, staffed with hundreds of soldiers, one of their tasks being to maintain the bridge. That's a lot of effort to go to just to avoid a bend in the road.
Further north along Deer Street, the modern A1 heads off towards the coast. It's the A68 which now follows the Roman route deep into Northumberland and towards the Scottish border. At the town of Corbridge, I find the junction where Deer Street, running north to south, intersects with that other important Roman road, the Staingate, which linked the east and west coasts.
As so often happened, where the two roads met, the Romans built a fort to control the crossroads. Over time, the fort grew into a town. This town was a bit different, because this was a town right at the edge of the Roman world.
Corbridge stands 100 miles north of my starting point in York. It's probably one of the best preserved Roman towns in the whole of Britain, and over the years some extraordinary finds have been made here. They tell us a good deal about the Roman legions who built it and their plans for defending their empire. Dr. Andrew Roberts is one of the historians who looks after the site, and he's going to give me a private tour.
Andrew.
Hi, nice to meet you.
How you doing?
I'm okay. Bit cold,
Bit
but
cold. So here we are in Roman terms, right at the end of the civilised world. Why were the Romans here?
well, they were intending to conquer all of Britain, and Corbridge was an important part in a strategic networks of forts that was intended to help that happen.
So what came first, the town or the military?
The military come first, and they build a series of forts in the late 1st century into the 2nd century. And then sometime, probably about after AD 160, the military don't need it in the same way as they used to, and so a town grows up where the fort used to be.
And how was that town connected to Deer Street?
Corbridge sits at an intersection between the major north-south road, which is Deer Street, and also the major east-west route, which we call the Staingate. What the residents did was that they created effectively a high street at the point at which these two major routeways connected. A Roman high street is pretty much like a high street is today. You're going to get the butchers and the bakers, you're also going to get artisans, you're going to probably have some pubs here. There would have been some temples here to Roman gods, and so travellers might want to stop in and worship.
So even though we are right at the fringes of empire here, there's still a sort of connection with the centre of the Roman world. I know things are fused with local culture and local styles, but this feels very Roman, even though we are, right on the way to Scotland.
It does, and I think part of that is because of the communication network, the road system, because you still get the same kind of material culture, the same kind of objects, the same of clothing, same kind of jewellery or pottery, and the same kind of cultural influences, such as architectural influences, travelling across the Roman world, and they even end up with a place like this, like Corbridge.
Wherever you go in Roman towns across Britain, there seems to be quite a set pattern of town building. It's almost like it comes off the shelf in the builder. Is that a lack of imagination? Why not sort of vary it wherever you go?
It's something of an archaeological joke, which is that the Romans did things the same everywhere, apart from all the exceptions. And we get a little bit of both at Corbridge in the fact that they do try to establish that same broad pattern where you have a kind of a high street and you have all the important buildings at the centre and different zones. But Corbridge itself is a little bit unusual because it doesn't quite become a town like any other in the Roman world. We've never, for example, discovered a forum at Corbridge, which is pretty much a standard building that you'd expect to find.
There's more to Corbridge than the remains of a once booming Roman high street. In 1964, archaeologists unearthed something extraordinary here, the Corbridge Hoard. It's a remarkable set of personal effects from a soldier's life, dating back to the era when the town was still a fort.
Sometime in the early 2nd century AD, a soldier, or maybe a group of soldiers, decided to pack away some of their equipment and personal effects into a box and to bury it.
Any idea why?
Any idea why? No, well, possibly they were posted somewhere else. Because they were moving on, they couldn't carry everything that they wanted to carry, and they probably intended to come back for it someday.
I'm really interested in this armour. Now, obviously, on the left-hand side, that's replica, but tell me about what this was made up of.
Well, what you're looking at is the famous lorica segmentata, or the segmented armour breastplates. Now, until this was found, we didn't actually know how it worked. So we knew that they had segmented armour, we didn't really know how it was worn, how it fitted together. But because the cord was so carefully packed away, buried and preserved, archaeologists could figure out how it was worn and how it was fastened.
There's a huge range of weaponry and other tools here. Just talk me through what we've got.
Well, we have bundles of different spears here. We've got some tools, including pickaxe. We have a scabbard from a sword.
So actually it's a pretty complex life and certainly a complex facility that you had here with an enormous amount of material needed to sustain a soldierly existence.
Exactly, and a unit of soldiers was essentially almost like a travelling town, and you had to have all of the skills that you'd need for not just your military duties, but also for your life in general.
So the soldiers who would have worn and used all this, would they have come from Italy, or would they be local lads, or who would they be?
I think maybe from the soldiers from northern Spain, but you've also got to remember that some of them came from places like Germany and northern Europe, so the climate and is not so different. Once they were here, they probably remained here for the rest of their lives in many cases, and multiple generations of the soldiers and their families would have stayed here.
By the early 2nd century, those soldiers defending Corbridge and the northern edge of the empire were stretched to the limit. In the face of the constant raids coming from Scottish tribes, the time had come for a big military intervention. I'm travelling the Roman roads of Britain, exploring 2 key routes that helped the Romans expand their empire here in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, Deer Street and Staingate. I've travelled 100 miles north from my starting point in York through snowstorms and strong winds.
In a sense, we're only in the middle of the British Isles geographically. We're sort of in the centre of Britain, but it feels like the end of the world. And it must have felt like the end of the world to people coming to this most northerly frontier of the Roman Empire. I mean, sometimes it can be perfectly nice and sunny and warm and actually quite picturesque up here, but when it's bleak in the winter, it's really bleak.
I've turned off Deer Street for a moment onto Staingate, the Roman road built sometime between 77 and 85 AD to run from east to west across Britain. The reason for this detour is that I'm approaching a key landmark, one of the most famous and imposing Roman remains in their whole empire.
In the year 122, the Emperor Hadrian came to Britain in person to sort out the problem of constant rebellions by the native tribes. His solution for peace was a particularly Roman one: build something and make it big.
And this is Hadrian's Wall. Stretching for 74 miles, it's so impressive that it's a World Heritage Site. Unable to conquer the northern territories which form modern Scotland, Emperor Hadrian built this long barrier running from coast to coast across the narrowest part of northern Britain.
It's a strange thing, really, because today this is somewhere to walk the dog, or go for a ramble, or just come and inspect a piece of our ancient national past. But once upon a time, this was a really serious piece of military engineering designed to overawe people on both sides of it.
In its heyday, this wasn't just a wall, it was an awe-inspiring defence system, manned by 10,000 soldiers and measuring more than 4 metres in height. Every mile along its length, there was a gateway and small watchtower called a mile castle, with a dozen soldiers guarding it. And every 7 miles, there would have been a full-scale fort. I've come to a reconstruction of one of those forts, Vindolanda, to understand what life by the wall would have been like in Roman times.
So in the 1970s, there was a replica of Hadrian's Wall built using original Roman techniques. And this is it. And actually, this is the first time that I've come face to face with what Hadrian's Wall really would have looked like for someone trying to get through it, or even trying to get over it. I mean, there's just no chance. It's absolutely enormous. First of all, it's the scale of it. And then it's the sense that if you had only ever seen single-storey buildings made of timber, thatch,
mud, basically. And then suddenly, this foreign power, this invading colonial force comes through using techniques and materials you've never seen before, and just cuts a swathe through the landscape from coast to coast. It must have been absolutely astonishing. You stand here and even though this is a replica, you get the sense that Hadrian's Wall wouldn't just have been intimidating, it would actually have been terrifying.
Dr. Andrew Burley runs the trust which looks after the fort today. He's agreed to reveal some of the secrets of the wall.
This really gives us a sense of what life on the wall would have been like.
Yeah, it gives us a sense of scale, which is so hard to see on the ground when you just see a little mound or an inverted monument or just a few feet high. So here we've got a tower that's about 8 metres tall, and this is what we think is a sort of typical height of the towers that are between the mile castles. So we've got the curtain wall itself, the main sort of barrier, the physical barrier, and then between every mile castle, there's a little sort of fortlet or castle every mile with a gate, so you can go from one side of the wall to the other. We've recreated one of the towers here to give you an idea of scale and the sort of view you'd get from the top of the wall.
So this is just really one of the smaller towers along the wall.
Yeah.
That's quite amazing to me because it's massive. How long did this take to build? This was built in the 1970s.
This was 1974. It took about 6 months to put this up. Yeah, with volunteers, doing the bulk of the work.
So when the original Hadrian's Wall was built, legions doing it rather than volunteers, how long would it have taken then?
We can imagine that with their sort of whole military supply and scheme everything around about them, it would take them 3 or 4 months to put up an equivalent section to this little bit that we're standing on. And not just towers and bits of wall, they've got to do the mile castles, and there are forts behind, and the road and the infrastructure.
This isn't something that just the governor of the northernmost bit of Britannia would do. This is something that's centrally planned.
Every single person paying taxes in the Roman Empire, a little bit of their tax is going into this.
Wow. Did people complain about the wall at the time, do we know?
Well, we know that tourists visited the wall because we have some tourist memorabilia that have been found as far away as Amiens in France, where you get little cups with Hadrian's Wall forts carved along the edge of them and the little names across the top. So there's, as it is a tourist attraction today and a landscape and a monument people come to visit, the same thing happened 2,000 years ago. It was such a big thing, such an event in this landscape, that people all around the empire got to know about it.
How much did it cost to build this Hadrian's Wall? Must be massively
Well,
expensive.
in modern terms, you're talking billions. Yeah, quite simply.
Maybe it just sounded good. Maybe Hadrian's just like Donald Trump of the time. I want a wall, so build me a wall, and then we'll think through the reasons for doing it afterwards.
Building this colossal wall required some 30,000 men, with a support network of a further 60,000 over the best part of a decade. For its entire length, a defensive ditch ran in front of the wall. This can only have increased its overwhelming appearance in the local landscape.
Where did the people who came to build the wall, to man the wall, what parts of the empire were they coming from?
They come from all over the Roman Empire. So this fort here has got mixed garrisons of Dalmatian mountain soldiers, but we've got Tungrians from Belgium, Batavians from Holland, we've got Spanish cavalry, we've got bargemen from the Tigris, we've got, it's the whole Roman Empire distilled on this narrow bit of land in Britain.
It must have been a bit of a shock to come from Dalmatia, that's modern Croatia, or that Adriatic coast, and come and be freezing your nether regions off up here and...
Well, it would certainly help to keep you working, wouldn't it? Warm through work, absolutely. That's probably an imperial message as well.
Emperor Hadrian himself came to supervise the building of this defensive structure, unprecedented in the whole empire.
In the very same way you get dignitaries inspecting, big public works today, you can imagine the Roman soldiers put on a good show, and some of the most impressive sections in the middle here, no doubt he inspected.
So the emperor kind of shows up, puts his high vis and his hard hat on, lads, that looks all right, and off he goes back to Rome.
And as soon as he leaves, they make some of the mile castles smaller, they make the wall thinner, they think, right, we've got to get this done.
Forts along the wall would have been busy multicultural settlements. Vindolanda itself was built on a boggy site, which must have been unpleasant for anyone posted here. But the Romans' loss ended up being our gain, because waterlogged soil is ideal for preserving organic items like leather and wood. Andrew has unearthed a treasure trove of Roman items that tell us a lot about the people who lived in the shadow of the wall.
Well, these look rather fine. Are they found here?
They're found here, yeah. This is just a selection of the over 7,000 items of leather that come from this site, of which over 5,000 are shoes.
Do we know who would have worn shoes like these?
Yeah, and this is we do, and we get a really good impression of the sort of population that was here through the items of footwear. Partly because we're a dimorphic species, so men and women have different shaped feet, which is really useful on average. But also the different shapes and sizes tell us of the different sort of type of population that's here. So the first two examples here are both men's boots, military boots from the 1st century. So this is just after the Staingate Road has been built, and we've got these sort of open boots here with the very fine lacework you see at the back.
They look a bit too delicate to be tramping about around Hadrian's Wall. I mean, I'm not a military man, but I would want something a bit more sturdy.
Well, I kind of agree with you. I mean, if it's a sort of day like today and it's a bit sort of snowy out there, I prefer this one to this one.
Yeah, for sure.
But you can see this has actually been cut off a little bit. I'll hand it to you. You can sort of...
I can hold it?
Yeah. You can sort of get a feel for the weight of it.
Can I have a sniff?
You can have a smell if you want. You smell a leather?
I can't smell a Roman's foot.
The crowning glory of the collection is a set of small slices of wood known as the Vindolanda tablets. They give us an incredible insight into everyday Roman life and turn on their heads many of our ideas about them.
And so on the tablet you've got, it looks like someone's shopping list.
It's very simple, actually, not too far from the truth. And what this tablet actually is a thin piece of wood about the size of a modern day postcard, a couple of millimetres thick, covered in ink handwriting. And again, it's a message from 2,000 years ago. This is somebody's mail. It's a letter that's been sent to Vindolanda from a merchant in Catterick who's called Octavius, and he's writing to Candidus. He's saying, hello, and he's talking about a business deal that they've got involving a huge amount of wheat and leather goods, like the shoes we've got down here, hides. But he's got a problem. The roads that they talk about being so fabulous, the first Roman reference from Britain about those roads, he says, dum male sunt. The roads are awful.
Oh.
Terrible. So, you know, everything we've taught at school, is that complete rubbish? According to the Romans, it might be. They're not impressed with their own highways.
Wow, so they've got, what, potholes and ruts and what have they?
Too dangerous to send the wagons. Not prepared to risk the beasts pulling the wagons because of the state of the roads. These are people having to deal with the conditions on the ground 2,000 years ago to keep this base supplied on the edge of the frontier. Massive amounts of stuff have got to come up those roads. They've got to work. And for poor old Octavius writing to Candidus, they are certainly not good enough. Those are the everyday things which we can't get from any other way. So to travel back 2,000 years into Britain, where we have so little, recorded history from Roman authors, to get the people on the ground, the everyday person telling us what life was like, that's priceless.
Roman roads like Deer Street were not just used for military purposes. They were also vital for postal services, keeping towns connected right up and down Britain. Some of the letters found at Vindolanda show us that the Roman army found time for social events.
This is a birthday party invitation between a commanding officer's wife who's not based at Vindolanda inviting our commander's wife to her birthday party on the 11th of September. And she's finished off the letter in her own distinctive handwriting, which is the earliest female handwriting we have from Western Europe.
That's astonishing.
So
That's amazing.
If we think of history as being the written word, this sort of stuff is stunning. We're learning the sort of stuff which we couldn't get in any other way.
Wonder what the party was like.
Well, I hope it was a cracker.
The extraordinary items found at Vindolanda are testament to the thriving communities travelling along Roman roads like Deer Street and Staingate to the very edge of the empire. What's more, Hadrian's Wall wasn't just a physical barrier against the native tribes, it was also a mystical one. Soldiers carved images of phalluses into it, and while it may seem like dirty graffiti to us, they would have intended it as symbols to ward off evil, which is how they might have viewed some native tribes. I'm close to the end of my journey along Deer Street, the northernmost road in the Roman Empire, and not far from the border with Scotland. By the mid-2nd century AD, Hadrian's Wall had done its job in keeping the peace between the Romans and the native tribes in northern Britain. But Hadrian's successor, Emperor Antoninus Pius, wasn't ready to give up on the conquest of the whole of Britain. Once again, the Roman legions took to Deer Street for a long march north.
When Hadrian's Wall was built, I mean, maybe this was supposed to be the end of the empire, but actually, within a generation, under Antoninus Pius, they're pushing up further again into what we now call Scotland, and trying to build another wall even further north. It's just this incredible military infrastructure project, centrally planned, ordered not by a local governor, but by the Roman emperor himself. And it just shows how important this part of the world was in the minds of emperors.
Going beyond Hadrian's Wall takes me through the beautiful and rugged territory of Northumberland and across the border into Scotland. From Darlington to Melrose in the borders, Deer Street gradually reduces in size. Having been the A1, it turns into the A68 and then a series of unpaved trackways.
The lowlands of Scotland were never really part of the Roman Empire, but even here, Deer Street runs as straight and as true as anywhere. Even in the middle of hostile enemy country, the legions stuck to their task. You kind of got to admire them.
The Romans called this region Caledonia, and they wanted it to be their own.
In Scotland, Deer Street never outgrew its original purpose, which was as a line of communication for the army. So all the key Roman sites north of the border, like this one at Tremontium, relate to the military.
After Hadrian's death in 138 AD, Antoninus Pius made a determined effort to try and conquer Caledonia. At first he was successful, and by 142 AD he started building the Antonine Wall, about 100 miles north of Hadrian's Wall. But unlike Hadrian's creation, this was a series of huge earthworks, mounds and ditches designed to slow attackers down. Antoninus Pius tried to secure this territory using a series of existing forts built by his predecessors Agricola and Hadrian, such as the fort of Tremontium, 60 miles south of Edinburgh. I've come to meet Dr. John Reed to find out more about the type of resistance the Romans faced in Caledonia.
So traditionally this has been a fortified area?
Yeah, I mean this was a native stronghold. Every one of the hills around here has got a hill fort on the summit. This is one of the densest areas of hill fort construction in Europe. So there are nearly 200 hill forts within a sort of 50-mile radius of this area.
Now it seems to me that this was a very hard site for the Romans to hold. Even when they were here, they needed massive troop numbers just to stay here.
Yeah.
Why didn't they just leave it out and head back down south? Why do they keep coming back up north?
I think it's to finish the job because Britain wasn't entirely conquered, so they had to draw this line of Hadrian's Wall, and as soon as you put a wall up, you get bad feeling on both sides of the wall. So every generation, every 20 years, there would be an uprising and the wall would be attacked.
What was it about the tribes up here in what we call today Scotland? What were they, just harder?
This was a clan-based society steeped in tribal warfare. And this would have been a landscape where people were used to warfare between tribes.
It's another part of the problem, simply the fact that we are now just so far away from the centre of the Roman Empire, and even with great roads like Deer Street, cutting a swathe through the British Isles, it's just really hard to keep in touch with this part of the empire.
Yeah, I mean, you're right at the end, if you like, of a supply chain. The pottery in the fields here is coming from Spain. The oyster shells that we're finding here have been brought in live in salt water from the coast. So you've got a supply chain that kind of is stuttering to an end. The line of the viaduct there is where Deer Street crosses the Tweed, and that is at the end, if you like, of a very long infrastructure.
Beyond the River Tweed, Deer Street is really just a track leading through beautiful but windswept countryside towards the Firth of Forth. Even though this is the very edge of the empire, that didn't stop the Romans from transporting their military equipment here for their battles with the native tribes of Caledonia. Their weapon of choice was the ballista. A few were found buried in the well underneath Tremontium, and John has a working replica.
What's interesting to me is to get something like this up to somewhere like Tremontium, what do you need? A road.
Yeah, you're going to need a road, you're going to need carts, and you're going to need transport, because these are heavy. Although 2 people can lift it, you can't lift it very far. And there's going to be a wagon train of artillery for every major movement of troops.
And what does it shoot?
Well, this particular one shoots large wooden arrows with
A spiky end?
diamond-shaped spiky end,
Ouch.
armour-piercing, probably about 2 feet long, roughly, 2.5 feet long.
Okay, what do I do?
Well, you need to get the bowstring back. This is under pressure, under tension now. So you use a pulley system.
Okay.
And there's a ratchet mechanism that stops the bowstring going forward until the trigger's pulled.
So I'm just turning this round?
Literally. Just wind it. And here's a ratchet.
I see. So if I stopped, it wouldn't...
It doesn't go forward.
Right, so we just keep going. Keep going. Okay, good. I can feel it getting tenser. Obviously, that's what we want.
Yep. One more.
That's probably going to take out the barbarians. Oh my god.
So that's it. So trigger mechanism here releases the string, your arrow lies in the groove there, and the string just propels it forward.
And someone about 250 metres down there falls over.
Yeah.
That's the idea?
That. Yep.
Should we see if it works?
Yeah, go on then.
I'm just pulling this.
Yeah, just pulling that.
Should I be nervous? I am nervous.
Yeah, you should be nervous, but just let it go.
Jesus Christ. I mean, that's an amazing amount of power from a bit of string, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is.
But a lot of engineering that goes into doing that. I mean, how many of these would be operating at one time?
In a legion, between 20 and 30 of these
Right.
per legion.
And rate of shooting?
Well, the modern reenactors can get up to 3 or 4 bolts a minute.
Right, so you've got 20 or 30 in a legion, 3 or 4 a minute. That's, my maths isn't good enough, that's a lot of arrows all coming at you.
Very, very fast.
Very fast.
Despite having these lethal weapons, the Romans never got the upper hand over the mighty Caledonian tribes.
The fighting up here was so incredibly fierce, it gave rise to a famous legend, that of the 9th Spanish Legion. Now, the 9th were a storied fighting force. They were the same legion that had founded York in AD 71. Sometime in the early 2nd century, they marched up here and never came back. Now, what happened to them is a mystery. Some people think there's just a gap in the historical record and they were actually reassigned to the continent. But others think they came here to fight and were all massacred.
What we do know is that after numerous attempts to occupy Caledonia, the Roman army eventually gave up. Only 8 years after completion, the Antonine Wall was abandoned in 162 AD. The Romans fell back to Hadrian's Wall, reinforcing it as a strong border. It still makes a vivid impression today.
Back in the days of Julius Caesar, before the legions arrived here, many Romans expected that they'd be able to keep on conquering new territory forever. They even had a phrase for it, Imperium sine fine, empire without end. But it turns out the empire did have a limit. This was it. Deer Street became a road to the end of the Roman world.
Today we take for granted the motorways, A-roads and city streets, over 2,000 miles of them that form the skeleton road map of Britain. And all because of the Romans, with their ingenuity and dogged determination to conquer everything in their path.
I'm Dan Jones, and I'm going to retrace the story of our Roman past along 6 of their most iconic roads.
Each road tells a story of our Roman legacy and its rich history. From their very first road across Kent, which powered their invasion, to the vital routes which helped them conquer most of Britain, before being beaten into retreat by the Scots. In nearly 400 years of occupation, the Romans changed Britain forever by bringing their armies, ideas, buildings, and religion.
But the Romans couldn't have done any of it without one thing: their roads.
This week, I'm exploring Ermine Street, the Romans' straightest road, which runs north from their capital in London to what became their second city in Britain, York, founded in around 100 AD. Most of Ermine Street is still in use today, though we know it better as the A1.
This is Bishopsgate, right in the heart of the City of London, and it's the start of Ermine Street proper. Now, about 200 miles in that direction is the city of York, and that's where I'm headed.
The Romans used their roads to transport their armies and their culture and ideas. A journey along Ermine Street reveals a fascinating insight into Britain's religious past. When the Romans arrived in 43 AD, our ancestors, the native Britons, were mostly pagans who believed in numerous deities. But during 350 years of occupation, we inherited a few Roman gods and beliefs before eventually becoming a Christian country. Right at the start of Ermine Street is an important Roman religious site I want to see, but I'll have to go down a few stories to reach it. It's a remarkable temple called a Mithraeum, and in its day, it was at the centre of a mysterious, empire-wide cult.
Just a few metres above my head is the hustle and bustle of the middle of the city of London, which pretty much any time of day is full of people, rushing about their business. And then you come down a couple of flights of stairs and here you are, not only in the sort of peace and tranquility and silence of this room, but also in a way transported back, 1700, 1800 years to Roman Britain.
I've been granted very special permission by archaeologist Sophie Jackson to walk on the floor of the temple.
Right, Sophie, I know this is a Mithraeum, but what is a Mithraeum?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's the temple, it's the space of worship associated with the cult of Mithras.
So who was Mithras?
Another good question. Mithras is a Roman deity who appears in the Roman world in the 1st century AD. By appears, I mean people start worshipping him. We're standing in what we could call the nave. This is the sort of central part of the structure, and it's where rituals would have happened, initiation ceremonies. This is where the sort of business happens. And we're actually at the moment right at the business end. This is the dais, and here you'd have had a cult statue of the god Mithras, the sort of common sort of image in almost all of these temples to Mithras. And it's Mithras killing a bull, often shown within a cave or within a cave-like space. So these are the steps here going up to the altar, where the pater, or leader, the father of the cult, probably would have sort of coordinated the service, the rituals going on. It sounds a bit like Freemasonry, and there's definitely an element of the sort of networking and male bonding going on, as well as the spirituality, which was definitely a very, very major part of it.
This reconstruction shows what it could have looked like, the space lined with columns and with the image of Mithras himself presiding over the temple. Historians believe Mithras was based on an old Persian god, Mithra. Depictions of him differ, but he's always young, strong, and killing a mighty bull.
Various animals are usually shown sort of feasting on the blood coming from the bull. And it's thought that this all means it's about fertility, it's about the creation of life, and sometimes we get astrological signs of the zodiac associated with it as well. So it's about our place in the cosmos. So it's a sort of creation myth, fertility myth.
So was Mithraism just in Roman Britain, or was it something that happened across the empire?
Oh, no, not at all. It definitely spread throughout the empire. The first sort of evidence we have is in eastern Turkey and coming into Rome. But then it gradually spreads over the sort of 1st and 2nd centuries into the rest of the empire. And it's a cult that's very popular with the army, with merchants and civil servants, basically men who are operating across the empire. And it probably serves two functions, really. It's a very good networking sort of institution. It's a way you can be posted from North Africa to Britain and find something familiar, and people who you might even know or have connections with.
So that's kind of an interesting image, isn't it? We have the army, which in its first wave comes to somewhere like Britain and conquers, then it builds these roads to connect the empire up, and then it brings its kind of religious cults along with it.
Yeah, to support it and to make people feel comfortable, probably, in this alien world.
The Mithraeum was built around 1700 years ago, but fell into ruin and was buried when the Romans left our land in the 5th century AD. It was uncovered in 1954 when an office block was built near Cannon Street, though it's been moved to a new site in recent years.
I don't think I was prepared for just how kind of quite moving this is. And there's something you can feel of the spirit of what must have happened here. A place that was alive with people worshipping, socialising together within what remains of these walls. It's a really strange feeling to be here.
You know, we normally think about armies as this great destructive force, but in a way, the legions who came here in the 1st century AD, well, they were the opposite. Everywhere they went, they built things. They were, quite literally, empire builders. As it leaves London, Ermine Street travels through busy urban districts like Tottenham and Edmonton, and then leaves the metropolis far behind. It runs on into Cambridgeshire, where the terrain smooths out for agricultural use and flat fenlands. Today the road may be overshadowed by the modern world, but from time to time we still see clues as to how our ancestors lived their religious lives, especially during the time of the Roman conquest in the 1st century AD. If you really want to understand the Romans, you've got to go back a little bit further in time and look at the people who were here in Britain when the Romans arrived. Now, just down the road from where I'm standing, the native British tribes were busy with their own extraordinary creations. 12 miles south of Cambridge and 10 miles east of Ermine Street, close to the modern border with Essex, stand the Bartlow Hills, a group of colossal earth mounds. They're not hills at all, they're man-made burial mounds. It seems the native Britons may have had a fascinating attitude towards death and the afterlife, which continued after the Romans arrived. Historian and author Simon Elliott knows some of their secrets.
This is an astonishing place, a place of true power. So you have here 7 tumuli, 7 barrow burials, and it's a way of showing how important they were. So effectively what you do is you have a flat piece of earth, you dig a hole in the earth, you put the burial in there with the grave goods including Samian ware, you cover it over with earth, but then you build these huge barrows on top to show how important the people here were.
These tumuli were constructed in the early part of the 2nd century AD, around 60 years after the major Roman invasion. A truly mammoth project. But it's not just their size that's important. What do the finds made here tell us?
The archaeological record here is fascinating. It tells us the status of the people in the actual burial itself is reflected by the grave goods more than the burial itself. Now here we have some really fine grave goods. We have glass, which is very expensive in the pre-modern era, Samian ware, really fine pottery from Gaul, really fine tableware, jewellery and things like that, which show that the people who are buried here were at the top of society. They were elite aristocrats, probably, given where we are in Cambridgeshire, for the Cativalorni tribe. So this is the tribe, pre-Roman sort of native tribe that broadly lived from around here through towards Hertfordshire, so to the north of London. But it doesn't tell us who they are, and it doesn't tell us who they worshipped.
The religion of the native Britons is usually called paganism, but that doesn't translate into a set creed. They tended to worship forces of nature and the spirits of their ancestors. So we can say the Britons were polytheists because they had numerous gods.
Most barrow burials, let's say they're Bronze Age, pre-Roman, late Iron Age, all of them are smaller than this. So you just have this clash of cultures suddenly appearing here, where on the one hand, you have the late Iron Age barrow burial for the family who lived here, but these are of a scale which is monumental. And the people who built things in a monumental fashion were the Romans. If you look all across the Roman Empire, the Romans were very tolerant of local religions, providing, of course, the people living here were willing to worship the Roman Emperor with the imperial cult.
Perhaps the aristocratic Britons who built the Bartlow Hills around 100 AD were so inspired by the Romans who ruled their lives that they made these tumuli bigger than usual. But we'll never know. What we do know is that, like the Britons, the Romans were polytheists and created burial sites in a grand style, like the tomb of the Emperor Augustus. Reverence for the dead was a hugely important part of Roman thinking. Back in Italy, their tombs were the statement pieces of rich nobles and lined important streets, like the Street of the Tombs in Pompeii. There are no tombs along Ermine Street, but 30 miles north of the Bartlow Hills, I reach the town of St Ives. The museum holds a fascinating hoard that tells us something about the Roman outlook towards burials in Britain. A box of infant bones that was found in 1905.
And there are the bones. Ooh. There are possibly even 2 infants here in the bag. I mean, you can see the size of the bones. The child probably, or the children are probably 9 months old.
Right. And where were they found?
Well, they're found inside a Roman town, and that poses clearly problems because the convention was that you didn't bury inside towns to protect the water supply.
I see.
Because if you've got cemeteries inside towns, you're going to get polluted water.
Of course.
The exception, of course, are children.
Right.
So adults would have been outside the walls of the town. Children are an exception. And in fact, in the Roman world, children aren't really... It's difficult to explain what the concept was. They weren't considered to be members of society until they were perhaps 2 or 3 years old. Sometimes, if you were the child of a slave, for example, and slaves are pretty dominant in Roman Britain, the Roman Empire generally, you would have been owned not by your mum or your parents, but by your mum's owner, the slave owner. So if the child weren't considered worth bringing up, they would have been left out and exposed.
That's terrible.
And then interred. Or, you know, I mean, that's the sort of concept you've got to think about, really.
The fact these bones were jumbled up together suggests they may have been dumped on a Roman rubbish tip, too small to be a health hazard and not important enough to warrant a religious burial.
It's strange, isn't it? Because we often think about the Romans as these very sophisticated and in some ways admirable people, but their views on children were very different from our own.
Yeah, pretty harsh, actually, sometimes. Well, shall I put them back as we found them?
Yeah, please do.
As carefully as I can.
The bones were found a few miles further west, in Godmanchester, and they weren't the only historic discovery there. So this is my next stopping point.
This is where Ermine Street crosses the Great Ouse, as well as another Roman road running down to the important legionary fort at Colchester, which is off in that direction. And you can tell the locals are quite proud of their Roman heritage. There's even a legionary on the town sign.
The Romans called this place Dura Govatum. It was the site of a fort they built to quell local unrest, housing around 750 troops. Over the last 2,000 years, that small settlement has grown into a town of nearly 8,000 people. This pattern of development was repeated over and over again across the country. In the 1st century AD, the army built a fort here to control the strategic crossroads. Civilians settled around the fort, creating an informal town known as a vicus. The disorganised vicus settlement gradually evolved into something more formal. The fort was built around 45 AD, and within 20 years, when the local tribes were fully under Roman control, the troops were needed further north. As the fort was no longer required, a new building went up here that filled a new peacetime need. a way to aid communication along Ermine Street. Professor Stephen Upex wants to show me a reconstruction of it on display in the local church, and it's made of a rather unique building material.
Well, this is really taking me back to my childhood, actually.
This.
All this Lego. It's
fantastic, isn't it?
But I don't think I ever built anything quite as fancy as this.
Nice.
What is it?
It's the Mancio.
A Mancio?
And a Mancio is an inn along the Roman road. It all goes back to the Roman state because they had what was called the post publicus, which is the Roman postal system. So if you were the governor in London and you wanted to get a message to York, for example, you would write your message on a wax tablet, you'd give it to a dispatch rider who would put it in his panniers, get on a horse and gallop up the road, gallop up Ermine Street.
Mm-hmm.
And when the horse became tired, they'd need a change of horse.
And so how far can you gallop a horse before it gets tired?
Well, they're roughly every 20 miles along the road because they're based on the former military fort system that was here. That's where the embryonic Mancios would have started. So when you arrive, what do you need? You need a change of horse. You might need a meal, so there are kitchens over that side. You might need a bath, and you need a bed for the night.
And were these open to anyone? I mean, could you just wander in?
No, I think it's state officials and those sort of people concerned with the organisation of the province itself. I don't think you, as a member of the public, you could just wander in and have a bed for the night. It's not like a hotel.
Right.
They're state-organised systems.
Were these unique to Ermine Street, or could you find these all over Roman Britain?
Not just over Roman Britain, across the empire. Everywhere you looked, there were these sorts of structures where you could simply jump along the road, taking your post or whatever else. Yeah, everywhere across the empire.
So things haven't really changed. I mean, if you're going on a long drive up the motorway, you still got to stop and fill your car up and have something to eat and go to the loo and whatever. This is just the Roman equivalent.
It's the Roman motorway service station equivalent, yeah.
Mancios were a key component of the way in which the Romans governed their world and ran their roads. Wherever the Romans went, their religious beliefs were never far away. In this Godmanchester garden, there's a stretch of the original Ermine Street and evidence of a roadside worship stop.
Right, Dan, here you are.
Wow. So what's this?
This is Ermine Street. This is the surfacing of Ermine Street itself, the Great Roman Road.
This here?
This, from here right up to where the wall is over that side is the width of Ermine Street.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone with a Roman road in their garden.
No, that's one of the few sections of Ermine Street that I can remember being exposed, and is still exposed, yeah. Well, over on the edge of the road, just here, there's a road ditch. You find road ditches on the side of all Roman roads. And then you've got a building, because we're inside the town down here.
Right.
We've got a building there with the walling coming up and a large pier, look there. And there were lots of finds on that side, which suggested that you'd have come through a gateway and gone into a temple compound, a little shrine on that side, within the town itself.
So we're on the edge of the road here, and we can imagine that just in front of us there's a Roman temple.
Yeah, you'd have come
roadside
off,
temple.
Yeah, you'd have come off the road, gone through the gateway, and the temple would have been over there.
The owner of this Godmanchester garden discovered the road in the 1970s while digging. He called in archaeologist Michael Green to help to uncover a section of Ermine Street.
These look like very deep foundations for a road.
Well, you have to remember, Dan, there are 400 years of accumulated surfaces across the road itself. And it's built up like an enormous layered cake, if you like. I think there are 6 major resurfacings. Right at the very bottom of the road is the Hadrianic layer. I mean, literally, the great and the good have walked along this very point.
The Roman emperors have walked right through this rather lovely little garden.
So you've got people like Hadrian coming to Britain in probably 121, goes up north to Hadrian's Wall, 122, because he organises the wall. He would have almost certainly, he wouldn't have walked along here, he'd have been carried or come in a cart or a litter of some sort. You've got a guy called Constantius, father of Constantine, and he goes up to York in, 305. He dies the following July in 306. And Constantine the Great, becomes the emperor. And he's one of the greats, actually, because he introduces or makes credible Christianity in Roman Britain.
So all of these great Roman emperors from age after age of the empire have quite possibly walked up this road.
Right the way along.
It's incredible to find such a remarkable piece of history in someone's back garden, and to find out that early in its existence, this part of Ermine Street offered an informal collection of places to eat, sleep and pray. What more could a Roman need?
By the 3rd century, this higgledy-piggledy arrangement was formalised into a proper Roman town. They had a basilica to house government offices, a temple for worship, and even a town bathhouse.
I'm travelling the Roman roads of Britain, and as I follow Ermine Street north from London, I've travelled around 100 miles into Lincolnshire. The Romans paved this route all the way to York, making one of the straightest roads they ever built, and shared their religious beliefs with our native tribes. Like many of Britain's Roman roads, Ermine Street has been adapted over the passing centuries, and it's now part of our modern road system. Thousands of us still use it daily, because it's the Great North Road, or to give it its official title, the A1.
I don't think walking along the A1 is going to be that much fun, so I think I'll take the car.
Pretty soon, I'm on an arrow-straight stretch of B Road that follows Ermine Street to a Lincolnshire town called Ancaster. There's no town sign with legionaries here, but I know Ancaster was once a Roman settlement simply because of its name. The word castor comes from the Latin word for an army camp. Any town with the castor or chester in its name, like Worcester or Cirencester, was once a Roman military base. But it's not just the name that identifies Ancaster as a Roman settlement. Local expert Richard Tyndall is keen to show me a replica of a Roman religious artefact that ended up buried here.
So this is a really curious thing. Richard, what is it?
It is. It was found in the graveyard just behind it in 1831. And it's a representation of the Dea Matres, or the Mother Goddess, which was a religion or cult across Northern Europe in the Iron Age, prior to the Roman period. It was then adopted by the Romans and imported, we believe, into Britain with the Roman soldiers, perhaps with the Federati, the native troops that were hired from along the borders of the Roman Empire.
This isn't the original, this is a replica.
That's right, the original's in the collection in Lincoln.
So this is a reproduction?
Yeah.
Something's missing though.
Yes.
Where's that middle head?
We don't know. It was found as part of a temple or a shrine complex just in the corner of the graveyard here back in the 1830s. And it was found without its head. They never found that. It was found whilst grave digging, so the chances are that it's still somewhere underneath there. It just wasn't picked up. So, but it's basically the three-seated figures, although you can't see very clearly on this now. They would have on their laps, they'd have sheaves of corn, they'd have fruit, they'd have baskets of foodstuffs, and those are there, they're personifying sort of the natural world around us.
The triple goddess dates back many thousands of years, at least to the 3rd century BC and the ancient Egyptians. She appears in mythology all over Europe and usually represents 3 stages of womanhood: the maiden, the mother and the old crone, and also the 3 phases of the moon: waxing, full and waning.
The Romans were quite good at borrowing gods and goddesses, weren't they?
Yes, we have other examples locally here. So there was a god completely unknown from anywhere else in the Roman Empire called Viridius. We only know it from Ancaster, from a couple of inscriptions which were found in stones that were reused in Roman graves.
It's really interesting, isn't it, how you have this Roman Empire where there's kind of pick and mix approach to gods. You know, you can have all sorts of different gods commingling with one another.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here is obviously the Romans are coming in. They're coming along the Roman roads here, and they are finding pre-existing spirits, guardians of local features, of copses of woods, and we see lots of these gods and goddesses as personifications of these local features in the landscape there.
So it's not the case then that you have this sort of Roman civilization which comes in, smashes and burns and said, this is the way the Romans do it and this is the way you're going to do it. It's actually a bit more subtle. Here's how we do it, and then you mix it in.
Yeah, very much so. And it's why we refer to the period as Romano-British, because to try and separate the Romans from the native population just isn't possible. In everything they do, in the pottery styles, in some of the metalwork, and certainly in sort of their worship of the spirits and the gods, there's a melange.
These jovial figures of fertility are clearly pagan. But from the same cemetery where they were found, here's an example of a new religious practice mingling with local traditions, a Christian burial.
So Richard, here we are in a cemetery, but this sarcophagus is above the ground. Whose was it? Do we know anything about it?
It's from the Christian period of the Roman occupation of Britain, and it was found at the beginning of the 20th century when they were putting in a new cemetery in here, and they dug down and found that somebody already had a cemetery here.
Wow.
So they found approximately 200 Roman bodies here, in many different forms. Some were buried in these stone sarcophagi, some were just buried as we would expect in a normal hole in the ground. Almost all of them were Christian.
How do you know that a burial is Christian rather than traditional Roman and pagan?
Two main reasons. One is the orientation of the graves. All the graves are oriented in the same direction, generally east-west. The other reason is the lack of grave goods.
But in Christian burial, that's
in Christian
not
burial,
part of the practice.
that's basically not the practice. Yeah, so that's stopped.
This modest site on Ermine Street reveals not only how the multi-god faiths of Britain and Rome were starting to merge, but also the earliest days of Christianity on our shores. It didn't take off here until the 6th and 7th centuries, when the earliest churches were set up by saints like Columba, Aidan, and Augustine, who founded Canterbury Cathedral in the year 597 AD. But there were pockets of Christianity in Britain from as early as the 2nd century, perhaps because of missionaries from other parts of the empire spreading news of Jesus Christ along these very straight roads.
There's not much doubting that this is a Roman road. It just runs off into the distance as far as the eye can see. But although this was the main road north in Roman times, it quickly fell out of use after the Romans left in the 5th century AD. And it's easy to see why. There's nothing here.
No matter what gods they believed in, for the Romans the key was getting between major towns via the shortest, straightest route possible. They had little interest in joining up useful local resources like springs and woods. So after they left, the locals moved away. Ermine Street went from being a main Roman trunk road to being the B6403, otherwise known as the High Dyke.
Well, now I've come so far, I've even run out of tarmac, so I guess I'm going to have to follow in Roman footsteps with my own 2 feet.
I'm in the middle of the Lincolnshire countryside. The modern road has taken another route to the west, and the original Roman route of Ermine Street continues as nothing more than a track between farmers' fields and a local airbase.
Well, this isn't really a road anymore, but it is still Ermine Street. It's as straight and as true as the paved section there behind me. And while you might get a bit wet and muddy walking along it, you're not going to get lost. In fact, if I was walking along here with a Roman legion in the 1st century AD, it probably wouldn't have looked that much different.
The route continues north for around 14 miles, where Ermine Street once again picks up a major modern road, the A15, on the outskirts of Lincoln. In Roman times, Lincoln was known as Lindum Colonia. It marked the junction between Ermine Street and another great Roman road heading southwest, the Fosse Way. The city is packed with fascinating Roman finds, such as the Newport Arch, one of the oldest surviving arches still in use in Britain, and the city walls. I'll come back to Lincoln later in the series. But as Ermine Street heads further north, it'll take me to one of the great English counties.
The Romans first made it to the place we call Yorkshire in 71 AD, but they quickly discovered that this was hostile territory.
The dominant local tribe in the west and north of Yorkshire was the Brigantes. They fought the legions many times, and it took the Romans decades to pacify them completely. In the East Riding, there's a record of a smaller tribe called the Parisi, who lived in the area surrounding what is now Beverley in the 1st century AD. In the town's museum, curator David Marchant is about to show me how it wasn't just religious ideas that were being swapped between the two civilizations. It was craftsmanship too.
This is an absolutely beautiful sword. Can you tell me where it was found?
Yeah, this is one of 5 Iron Age swords that was found by a group of metal detectorists at South Cave in 2002.
And do we know much about it? When it was made? Who it was made by?
Well, they probably date to around about 70 AD, and they have a real variety of materials. The pommel at the end is actually made from the sperm whale tooth.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Incredibly unusual. We've got some elephant ivory on there as well.
Elephant ivory?
Yeah.
So given that this was probably made around 70 AD, I mean, that's early in the Roman period in Britain, was it made by Romans?
No, these are probably made by local people, and some of the materials, they're going to have to have traded or imported. So obviously no elephants wandering around East Yorkshire.
No, not then and not now either. So this is not the sort of thing that we would associate with kind of a backward barbarian tribe. I mean, this looks like it's come from a really sophisticated civilization.
Absolutely. These are really well-made artefacts.
Would it be very expensive to make something like
this? Lots, hundreds of hours of craftsman time, probably. So these belong to, significant people in the tribal society.
This sword shows that 50 years after the arrival of the Romans, local people were making use of the finest material the empire could provide.
It's amazing there's just so many different parts to a sword. We sometimes think of a sword as just, a bit of metal with a handle that you pick up and use the pointy end on someone, but actually you've got the different materials in the scabbard, the hilt, in the blade itself, which you can see at the bottom. It's an astonishingly fine piece of craftsmanship.
After more than 17 centuries in the ground, the original sword is far too delicate to be handled, but this reconstruction can give me an idea of what it's like to hold a weapon like this.
Now, I can tell this one hasn't been buried for hundreds of years. It's a replica of this, right?
It is, exactly, yes.
Do you mind if I pick it up?
Please do.
I'll be very careful. Oh, it's heavy. So, I mean, is this made out of similar materials? What's the story behind it?
It's made pretty much to the right scale. There are some compromises in material. We obviously couldn't use elephant ivory, for instance.
Of course.
We couldn't use whale tooth. So we've actually used moose antler.
Moose antler. Obviously, I think this is very fine, but this is really what it would have looked like in its prime. And wow, is it sharp?
No, it's not been sharpened, but it is still pretty heavy.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I mean, you feel like a king just holding it, actually. This is a proper piece of kit. Was it expensive?
It's about £3,000 for that.
All right, okay. I might put it down again in that case. But that is really, really beautiful, and I suppose gives us a sense of just what a sacrifice it would have been to put something like that in the ground all those years ago, because if that was mine, I'd never want to put it down, let alone bury it for someone else to have.
I'm travelling the route of Ermine Street, the straightest road built by the Romans to run north of their capital Londinium. For the last 200 miles, as I've passed through the fen counties of Cambridgeshire and Lincolnshire, I've seen how the Romans fused native British religious beliefs with their own, and even burial practices from the earliest days of Christianity. Now my final destination is in sight, the city of York, which was known by the Romans as Iberacum. In its day, it was the second city of the Roman province of Britannia.
The great trading port of Londinium was all about the money, but Iberacum was about the military. This was, first and foremost, a garrison town, founded by one of the finest fighting forces in the Roman world, the 9th Spanish Legion.
It's a legion that's passed into myth and legend. It arrived with the invasion of AD 43 and disappeared from the historical record 70 years later. The most popular theory is that it was wiped out by the native tribes in Scotland in around AD 120, possibly prompting Hadrian to build his famous wall.
Eventually, York outgrew its military origins to become a major city in its own right. Sometime around the beginning of the 3rd century, it became the capital of its own Roman province, every bit the equal of London down south.
And like London, it was a very cosmopolitan place. It drew soldiers and civilians from every part of the Roman world. And as we've seen all the way along Ermine Street, they brought some very distinctive beliefs and tastes. Adam Parker of the Yorkshire Museum is going to show me the remains of one rather unusual individual.
So it's a skull of a man. It's a young man when he died, and he was buried wearing a lot of female jewellery. We know from looking at lots of the other graves in Roman Britain that men have got a certain type of jewellery that they're buried with, and women have a certain type that they're buried with as well, and this is reflecting what they wore in life. So this chap, he's got a big Whitby jet bracelet that would have ran all the way around his wrist, a few other bits of jet jewellery, he's got a copper alloy anklet on, and there are about 3 burials in Roman Britain of men with jet within them. This one had more than anything else.
And why might it have been dressed like this with this kind of jewellery?
So we think he's probably a Gallus priest. In the 3rd century, there's a cult that comes from the eastern part of the Roman Empire, the cult of Cybele. Cybele's lover in the myth was Attis. As part of the myth, Attis castrates himself, and the priests do this as part of their initiation. So they ritually castrate themselves in order to become this. Once they have finished their initiation, they then dress as women as part of their priestly regalia. So might have been a man who was walking around in women's clothing and women's jewellery, and that sort of makes sense in terms of the archaeology.
So this is quite unusual in Britain, but is it something we see across the wider Roman Empire?
It's still an unusual find across the empire because we know we have this sort of jewellery in Roman Britain that we can associate with women specifically, but the cult was empire-wide. A really good piece of evidence comes from London, where we have these big copper alloy castration clamps, and they've got pictures of the 12 Roman gods along the top of them, and they may have been used in the sort of rituals associated with this. It's something that would have been brought in as part of the empire-wide cults.
It's funny, isn't it, because we normally think about gender fluidity as a very modern concept, but here it is, you know, if not commonplace, then certainly alive in the Roman world.
Yeah, and we're becoming more aware of these sort of stories that existed in Roman Britain and the wider Roman Empire. It's probably anachronistic to think that there is this male and female gender binary that's going on in the Roman world, when we have graves like this that tell us a completely different story.
So there really is nothing new under the sun?
No.
So it's clear that Roman York was tolerant of some exotic beliefs from across the empire. The city also attracted some seriously big hitters, emperors.
York's size, its importance and its position close to the edge of empire made it a desirable location for rulers looking to expand their territory. At least 4 emperors came here on military campaign, and 2 of them actually died here. But it was one emperor in particular who left a lasting mark on the city, only not in the way he intended.
He was Constantine the Great, who was proclaimed emperor by the army right here in York in the year 306 AD.
Constantine's most significant contribution to York actually took place several decades after he left. It happened on his deathbed, hundreds of miles away, when he became the first Roman emperor to be baptized a Christian.
Constantine's initiation led to Christianity becoming the official religion of the empire. Like Mithraism before it, this new faith spread throughout the Roman world. The Romans had once viciously persecuted Christians, but now it was an approved faith. Adam wants to show me some more remains which prove how acceptable it had become.
So who's this?
This is the grave of the Ivory Bangle Lady. She is the skeleton of a young adult female. She was between 18 and 23 when she died, and she's buried with this really high status grave goods, one of which is a jet bangle and one of which is an African elephant ivory bangle.
So that's not cheap?
It's quite unusual. It's a very exotic material to be able to get in Roman Britain. And it's interesting that we have this local material of Whitby jet alongside this international material of the elephant ivory. We've had some interesting scientific research done on it. There's a process called stable isotopes, which checks the chemical signatures that are surviving in your teeth. So everything that you've eaten leaves a certain sort of signature, and we know from that she grew up somewhere hot and arid, probably in North Africa.
Yeah, Yorkshire's not hot and arid.
Very much not. And then in her late teens, she moved to Yorkshire, and she's obviously died here and been buried here as well.
Well, that's pretty amazing, isn't it? Because sometimes I suppose we think that, you know, nearly 2,000 years ago, people didn't get about the world very much. But here's someone from North Africa, possibly, who's ended up as living in Yorkshire, as it now is.
In the 3rd and 4th centuries, it's not just emperors that are visiting York, there are people moving out all over the empire. So she went from one furthest distance point of it to here in the fringes of the empire as well.
But I suppose that given the grave goods, elephant ivory and Whitby jet, you know, some local, some international, but they're all of high value, to move about the empire was a privilege in itself.
Yeah, and it wasn't a privilege that was available to everyone. She may have been associated with the army, perhaps through a partner or family member. Certainly, the nature of her burial here suggests that she lived a very wealthy life when she lived in York. There's also an interesting plaque up here, which reads, Soror Ave Vivas in Deo, which means, Hail Sister, may you live in God. This is Christian text, and that doesn't work entirely well with this traditional pagan sort of burial. It tells us that the Ivory Bangle lady probably knew somebody in a Christian community, but not that she was herself Christian.
But it still tells us that there was this time in the Roman Empire where you had pagan beliefs and Christian beliefs all intermingling with one another, and pagans and Christians rubbing shoulders together, right?
Yeah, so Roman Iberacum is definitely a boiling pot. We've got all the different cults of Britain, of the Roman Empire, of the East, commingling with the early Christian communities as well, and they're all getting along.
The Romans abandoned York along with the rest of Britain around the year 410 AD, but they left plenty behind them. For one thing, Ermine Street, much of which remains a major north-south route today. And for another, this great city, which continued to grow and thrive for centuries as the effective capital of the north. That in turn led to the establishment of York as a major centre of the Christian faith and the building of this magnificent minster.
In my journey along Ermine Street, I've seen how two cultures can blend and influence each other, creating new beliefs and bringing us the largest religion practiced in the UK today.
Who says the Romans never did anything for us?
Today we take for granted the motorways, A-roads and city streets, over 2,000 miles of them that form the skeleton road map of Britain. And all because of the Romans, with their ingenuity and dogged determination to conquer everything in their path.
I'm Dan Jones, and I'm going to retrace the story of our Roman past along 6 of their most iconic roads.
Each road tells a story of our Roman legacy and its rich history. From their very first road across Kent, which powered their invasion, to the vital routes which helped them conquer most of Britain, before being beaten into retreat by the Scots. In nearly 400 years of occupation, the Romans changed Britain forever by bringing their armies, ideas, buildings, and religion.
But the Romans couldn't have done any of it without one thing: their roads. Sometimes when you're walking or driving around Britain, you'll find yourself on a road that's absolutely ramrod straight. And the chances are that route could have been originally laid down nearly 2,000 years ago by Roman hands, just like Watling Street.
Running all the way from the Kent coast to the Midlands and on towards the Welsh borders, Watling Street has two defining features. It was the first road that the Romans built in Britain, and at 240 miles, it was also the longest. The story of Watling Street is the story of the Roman invasion. As I travel this road, I'll be able to plot just how the Romans conquered Britain, from the immediate widespread impact of building it to the fierce battles fought along it. 2,000 years ago, Britain was a great prize that had yet to be conquered by the Romans.
The Roman Empire lasted for more than 1,500 years. During that time, the Romans invaded southern and eastern Europe and large parts of North Africa. Wherever they went, they took their language, their art, their religion and their government. Now, to keep this massive empire under control, they needed to be able to move their armies about quickly. And to do that, they needed to build roads.
Before the Romans launched their full invasion, Julius Caesar came on a scouting mission in 55 BC. He landed with a small force of Romans on the southeast coast of England.
Caesar came ashore somewhere around here at Pegwell Bay in Kent. Now, the way he told it, this was a heroic endeavour. Don't forget that in Roman times, Britain was the edge of the known world. Now, in fact, Caesar didn't stay very long, but while he was here, the locals made quite an impression. He wrote, "All the Britons paint themselves with a dark blue colour. By this means they appear more frightening in battle. They have long hair and shave their bodies, all except for their head and upper lip. Groups of 10 or 12 men share their wives in common, particularly between brothers, fathers and sons."
Caesar made his mark by establishing trading links with the empire, but the Romans would ultimately return in force. I'm heading to the site of the key Roman invasion, where the story of Watling Street and Britain's Roman road network really begins, Richborough. At the time, it would have been a trading port for the Britons. When the Emperor Claudius sent his invasion fleet in 43 AD, this time the Romans really meant business.
Claudius brought a massive army of 4 legions and 20,000 auxiliaries. They set sail from the coast of Gaul, that's modern France, and landed at Richborough. This was where the Roman armies gathered as they began their invasion of Britain, along a road they were about to build, Watling Street.
Dr. Andrew Roberts is one of the historians who looks after the ancient Roman remains where the road begins.
This is Richborough. It is, it's wet Richborough.
The Richborough site was founded at the time of the Claudian invasion.
So, Andrew, we're now standing on the beginning of Watling Street. I mean, it doesn't necessarily look like it.
Well, it was a bit grander in Roman times, but it's still pretty impressive today. We're standing on what was effectively a crossroads that sat beneath a monumental arch that towered over Richborough and probably would have been seen for some miles away.
The Romans were master arch builders. We see them all over the empire. The arch on Watling Street might have looked something like this reconstruction. Arches similar to this have been found across Europe.
And was the idea that when people came through this arch, they really knew that they were now entering Roman Britain?
Absolutely. Part of the reason why the arch is built here was to mark Richborough as the Accessus Britanniae, the official gateway to Roman Britain.
Was Watling Street essential to the success of the invasion?
I think Watling Street was as part of the road network that was quickly formalised by the army. So Watling Street's very important for getting men and equipment and supplies further inland to the central parts of Britain. And then after that, Richborough becomes a port and a town. So it's going to be an important trade route for Roman goods coming from well across the empire.
As I set off on my journey across the very first Roman road in Britain, it's amazing to think I'll be following the same route taken by Roman emperors, generals and centurions almost 2,000 years ago.
As the Romans headed up Watling Street to conquer Britannia, they would have faced difficult journeys on foot or in chariots.
As it won't be much fun walking in the pouring rain along the motorway that takes the same route, I'll cover some of this journey by car. From Richborough, Watling Street snakes its way west to Canterbury, and then on towards London. It shares a very similar route to what is now the A2. Parts of the road still use the same name. Watling Street would have brought the Romans to the first major obstacle in their invasion plan.
I'm now in Rochester, which is about 35 miles from where the Romans landed during their invasion of Britain in the 1st century AD. And this is a crucial point in the history of Watling Street, because when the Roman army arrived here, they were faced with two major obstacles. The first was an army of native Britons, but the second was the River Medway itself. And crossing it would inspire one of the greatest feats of engineering in the whole history of Roman Britain.
After defeating the tribes who were defending the river, it was vital that the Romans found a way to cross the mighty Medway, to avoid having to take a massive detour.
The crossing of the river had been a major factor in the battle. How did they then go on to make that crossing permanent?
Well, the key thing is they build a river crossing, and they build the river crossing here in Rochester. So Rochester's here because it's where the Romans decided to cross Watling Street over the River Medway.
Do we know how they built the bridge?
Maybe the first thing that was here was a bridge of boats, then maybe a temporary, semi-permanent wooden bridge, and finally, when they got their act together, the Romans built these fantastic stone-built bridges.
And what was so good about this particular position?
It's basically where Watling Street actually literally hits the River Medway. It's a very good bridging point because it's got a very firm riverbed.
How important was this bridge in the history of Roman Britain at large?
It's one of the most important bridges in Roman Britain, because remember, Watling Street is the Roman M1. So Watling Street is a major military trunk road. This bridge is a key element along it. Without this bridge, there'd be no Watling Street.
Obviously, it was nothing like the modern steel bridge that's here now. It would have looked something like this artist's impression, a stone structure that lasted for hundreds of years, right into the early medieval period, when it was eventually destroyed by river ice. But there's another reason why Rochester is important in the history of Watling Street. In 2016, a great discovery was made in the basement of a shop on the High Street.
I've heard that underneath this tattoo parlour, a little bit of Watling Street still survives. Hey Sebastian.
Hey man.
How you doing?
Not bad.
So you got some Roman artefacts downstairs?
Yeah, sure.
Sebastian Nowatzki has been inking people with anchors, roses and skulls for years. Most of them unaware of what lay beneath his tattoo chair.
Oh my God, that's amazing. You've actually got a 2,000-year-old Roman road running through the middle of your tattoo shop. How did they discover that this was actually here in the first place?
Yeah, the builders discovered this and the archaeologists came over and checked, and apparently it's 2,000 years old, so...
You ever heard of another tattoo shop with a Roman road running under it?
No, not really, no. I'm the lucky one here.
It's crazy that it's down here in the basement of your shop when the high street is, what, like 2 or 3 metres above us.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess in Roman times, the level of the town was just much lower.
Yeah, that's apparently the original level of Rochester.
So do you worry when you're working, you're like going to spill ink on the Roman road?
No, I'm pretty clean when I'm working, so...
So tell me, were there tattoos in Roman times?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Romans used tattooing to mark slaves, just in case they run away. They will find out who they belongs to. Also, they was using for criminals to tattoo all the crimes on the visible places, like forearms or any visible parts of the bodies to mark their crimes.
So it must have really hurt getting a tattoo in Roman times. I mean, what were they using? It's a bone or...
Definitely, they haven't got the equipment we have nowadays. Probably using some stones. I would imagine they cut the skin and just inject the ink. That's...
Do you have to like take a lot of care to keep it in good condition?
We clean the stones from time to time, just because it's a basement, so we have quite big humidity.
Yeah. So for me, it's kind of crazy to think that right here, emperors could have passed along this street. You can really see the quality, the brilliance of the engineering, all of these slabs perfectly laid out and incredibly robust and still in use, still standing up to everyday use nearly 2,000 years after they were laid down. And of course, what you can also see, even in this very short stretch of Watling Street, is these beautiful parallel straight lines, absolutely characteristic of Roman road building. So I suppose the question is, How did the Romans get their roads so straight?
I'm uncovering the story behind the great Roman roads that have run the length and breadth of Britain for hundreds of years. My first journey is along 240 miles of Watling Street, the first of their roads in Britain, used by their army to conquer our land. But how did they actually go about building it? To find out, I'm meeting Andrew Hyam, an archaeologist from Leicester University who has studied Roman building techniques.
So, Andy, imagine I'm a Roman. It's not too much of a stretch, I know. How do I get my road straight?
It's a very simple principle. There's no GPS or anything like that. So long as you've got a good line of sight, if you've got 3 sticks, you can create a straight line. You have your surveyor and you have your assistant.
Okay.
The assistant has all the sticks.
Right.
The surveyor stands in one place. You set a stake at the far end where you want your straight line, and you get your assistant with your direction to lay out the sticks in between.
And why did the Romans want their roads to be so straight?
Well, firstly because they could. It's not like a modern road where it has to go around services and villages and towns. They could plough straight on through. But it also makes it the shortest line between two points.
And is this something that was unique to Roman Britain, or did you see it all the way across the Roman Empire?
No. I mean, in North Africa, in Germany, in France, in Britain, all the systems were very similar. So one rule generally applied across the whole of the Roman Empire.
Okay, well, shall we see how it works?
I think we should, yes.
Well, then,
there you
let's
go. I'll keep that one.
All right.
The lead surveyor was called an agrimensor, so I guess that makes me the agrimensor's mate.
Okay, so we're going to build a straight line now for our road from our survey point just here towards that trig point.
Right.
So if you put up regular intervals, your poles, I'll tell you whether to go to the right or to the left or whether it's straight on.
Is it pretty simple?
It's that simple.
Right.
Okay, right a bit, good.
Right here?
Okay, put one there.
When the Romans left Britain in the early 5th century, these simple but effective techniques were lost to the Britons they left behind.
Left a bit more.
It wasn't until the Middle Ages that we returned to anything like their level of sophistication.
Okay, right a bit, good. Keep going, that way. Perfect. Spot on. We got a road. We have a road.
As well as his simple Roman-style survey poles, Andrew has another piece of Roman road building technology he wants to show me.
So, we've built our Roman road. Now we want to build a town. Streets need to be at right angles.
They do.
We're Romans and these things matter to us. How do we do it?
Still using very, very simple techniques, nothing complicated, but we need a slightly more advanced piece of kit.
Right, so what's in the box?
Another elegant piece of Roman surveying equipment, the groma. If you want to look after that. It all works again on lines of sight and gravity.
And this is technology that we know the Romans had?
We have evidence of tombstones with pictures of a Roman groma engraved on it.
Really?
Yes.
So the Romans were very proud of this technology, I imagine?
They really were. I mean, again, the Romans were experts at taking very simple techniques, standardising it, and using it to very good advantage. And then this is the actual working piece, which fits onto a peg at the top up here.
How does it work?
Again, as we saw when we were building the Roman road, it's all on lines of sight. So we've got 4 weights, each in line with each other. So you line these 2 strings up and you get a straight line that way. I can then turn at 90 degrees. You've got another one.
Amazing, isn't it? A piece of kit like this generated a pattern of streets and town planning that we see from right across the Roman Empire, from Britain in the west to Syria in the east.
I'm always amazed at how simple it is.
In the Middle Ages, when understanding of a lot of Roman technology had been lost, people found it hard to believe that humans could have built such long, straight roads. And that's why a lot of sections of Roman road have been nicknamed the Devil's Causeway. To the locals, with no knowledge of forgotten Roman skills, that supernatural explanation could have made sense. These aren't the work of the devil, they're the work of an agrimensor.
Simple but effective techniques like these helped the Romans push Watling Street further across Kent as their invasion and conquest of Britain continue. The towns of Dartford and Bexley Heath now stand on this historic route, and in Bexley Heath it's now totally blocked by a superstore, so we have to turn off. Around 8 miles southeast of central London, the road reaches the high ground at Blackheath and then continues down into the Thames Valley towards the river, which means that Watling Street runs straight into the place that's grown to be our nation's capital. Historians are uncertain whether the land was occupied when the Romans arrived, but we do know that at the time it was a marshy area, threaded with small rivers and streams like the River Fleet. They're still there today, but deep underground. Fleet Street runs directly over the ancient watercourse. From this unpromising start, within 20 years the Romans had built a small town, roughly half a square mile in size, with a fortified garrison. Londinium rapidly became a thriving hub, providing road links across Britain and to the larger empire across the Channel. To learn more about the life the Romans created for themselves here, I've come to visit some fascinating Roman remains, buried under the city just north of London Bridge. 2,000 years ago, this site was a temple to Mithras, a Roman fertility god who inspired cult worship. I'm meeting historian Sophie Jackson to find out more about what was uncovered here. When the Roman armies used roads like Watling Street to colonise a place, they carried a lot of baggage with them.
So this is an amazing display. What is it all?
Well, this is a very small sample of the many, many thousands of finds which were excavated when the Bloomberg building went up. There are about 600 objects in this case. There were 14,000 back in the store.
So everything that we can see here came out of the ground under our feet?
Yes, yeah.
Gosh, that's incredible. Is the amazing richness of all of this stuff to do with the fact that so many Roman roads connected through London?
Yes, I mean the reason London is here is for a reason of transport logistics. It's the first place up the sort of Thames estuary that the river could be crossed, and that there was enough dry ground either side and suitable ground to build a road network. And you know where we are, we're probably not more than 30-40 metres from Watling Street, which was one of the major thoroughfares. Goods are coming up to the Thames, they're being unloaded in the ports and then coming out of London to sort of feed the conquest of Britain.
Tell me about some of the most intriguing ones to you.
Well, there's so much to say. I mean, probably one of the most significant finds from the site were the Roman wooden writing tablets. They don't normally survive because they're made of quite thin wood and it normally rots, but this site was very waterlogged. Water normally keeps out oxygen, which causes decay. We've got some examples of whole ones, but this little fragment here is particularly interesting.
You can still see writing on it.
Yep, and it's actually scratched on the outside. So this is the address that would have been on the outside of the tablet. And it says Londinio Mogontio, and it's the earliest address in London. It says to Mogontius in London. This is probably, certainly one of, if not the earliest reference to London in history.
That's
anywhere.
Amazing.
This tablet has been dated to around AD 65, and it's just one of thousands of fascinating finds.
We have some finds which are associated with the military, Roman military, so we have 4 iron spearheads. And we also have quite a few bits and pieces of Roman armour. When you think of Roman armour, you think of sort of really impressive bits of metal, but these are all the many, many sort of straps and hinges which were used to fix all the different pieces of armour. What all these artefacts tell us is who's coming to London in the first few years, where people are coming from, you know, from Gaul, modern France, from Germany, from Italy, not surprising. And then gradually, as we go up through time, we see more of the sort of gradual Romanisation of the native British people who are here. So we see people copying Roman wares, copying, the style of brooches change, the style of pottery changes, and so on.
So Watling Street was the driving force behind the Roman expansion into the new province. Because of it, London became a hub, and the invaders built more roads to intersect with it: Stane Street, Ermine Street, and Port Way. But historians have a problem.
It's hard to trace the route of Watling Street through London, and no one's quite sure where it goes after it disappears at Southwark, back there, before it re-emerges just north of Hyde Park.
Some historians believe it travelled through the City of London, the route of Cheapside, Holborn and Oxford Street. While others believe it crossed the Thames at Westminster. It's thought there was a ford here 2,000 years ago. And to add to the mystery, there's another Watling Street near St Paul's, but it's totally unrelated. It's a version of the medieval Etheling Street, meaning Street of Princes. Whichever route it takes, we pick it up again a mile or so away at the western end of Oxford Street, right near Marble Arch. Despite appearances, the arch is not Roman, but a Victorian homage, an old gateway to Buckingham Palace that was shifted here in the 1840s.
I'm standing on the Edgware Road, the modern-day A5, and it's the perfect example of how Britain's Roman road network is still in use today. Now, it might not look much like it, but this is Watling Street. From here, the road goes all the way through northwest London and then on 150 miles to Shropshire, and there's plenty to see along the way.
As Watling Street leaves London, it heads north through the suburbs towards the Hertfordshire town of Radlett. It's a stretch of the A5 that is still known by the ancient name.
Now, this section of Watling Street's important because it runs through a region that gives the road its name, although that dates to a long time after the Romans left. A Saxon tribe known as the Waklingers once lived around here. Their territory was known as the Wacklinger Casta. By the 9th century AD, the road they used was known as Watling Street, or as we call it today, Watling Street.
We don't know what names the Romans used for any of their roads in this country. We know that back home in Italy, they had legendary streets like the Via Appia, but the names in Britain date from long after the Romans left. Throughout the medieval period, the name Watling Street was applied to the entire route, all 240 miles of it, running from the Kent coast to Shropshire. By travelling along Watling Street, the first Roman road built in Britain, I'm investigating the Roman invasion and occupation of Britain in the 1st century AD. This road was used to carry their armies into the heartland of what they knew as Britannia. So far I've covered around 100 miles, from the Kent coast to Hertfordshire, roughly halfway. I'm on my way to the next major site along the route, which began as a vital staging post for the invading army.
I'm walking along Watling Street in the direction of St Albans, which is just up ahead. Now, nearly 2,000 years ago, St Albans was known as Verulamium. It grew up along this street to become one of the largest and most prosperous towns in Roman Britain.
We're thousands of miles from Italy, but like all their occupied territories in Europe, the Romans were keen to make this new town feel just like home. Verulamium had buildings such as a theatre, houses with underfloor heating, and beautiful mosaic floors, just like Rome itself. This remarkable town was discovered and excavated in the 1930s, and I'm meeting David Thorold, curator of the Verulamium Museum, to discover what makes it so unique.
If this was Roman times, where would we be standing now?
We're just at the gateway into the entrance to the town, so if you're travelling out of London along Watling Street, this is where you'd approach the town from. And what we have here are the foundations of the gateway as you entered into the town.
Can you give me a picture of what this would have looked like?
What we would have seen here is basically two entranceways through the middle of a gateway, which would allow the carriages and vehicles to come inside and out. And then on the outside, we have a gate, a tower, which would be framing the building. And then over the top, we'd be looking at a crenellated walkway and guard posts on it.
So was this primarily for security, or was it just to impress people as they arrived?
It's probably a bit of both, to be honest. So it was made to look impressive to people from London as they approached.
So when the Romans arrived here, what did they find? Was this already a town?
Kind of. We're in a sort of shallow valley here with a marshy river, and Verulamium seems to have developed as a crossing point on the river for trade purposes.
And how were the Romans received? I mean, were they welcomed, or was there a lot of hostility and antagonism?
Well, that is interesting because the local tribe were on very friendly terms with the Romans. didn't oppose their presence and may indeed have been helping them out. So it looks very strongly like the local tribe decided that they were actually better off being part of the empire than opposing it.
By 50 AD, Verulamium had been granted the rank of municipium, meaning its citizens had official protection. The town soon benefited from Roman influence.
David, what am I looking at here?
This is a very nice example of a Roman mosaic.
So this mosaic was once part of what sounds to me like a very plush property.
Absolutely. This is an extremely wealthy townhouse for a rich citizen of Verulamium.
Do we know where the craftsmen came from who made a mosaic like this? If this wasn't native technology to Britain?
Well, we think it probably was. Certainly by the time these mosaics are going down, the Romans have been here for many generations, and what we seem to be looking at is a local producer who is designing and laying most of the mosaics in the region.
Mosaics were common in ancient Greece, so the Romans were adopting someone else's idea, as they so often did. Created from thousands of tiny tiles, mosaic making was highly skilled work. They often featured gods, animals, and complex geometric designs, and they were high-value status symbols for any Roman who wanted to show off to the neighbours.
And did the wealth of Verulamium and houses like this depend on Watling Street?
Being on Watling Street, you're on one of the main arteries of the Roman Empire, so we may be out in the sticks in the province of Britain, but you are linked to all the other towns in the Roman Empire. And Verulamium has an advantage in that it is very close to the port of Londinium, so we have a lot of business passing through. So you have merchants passing through the town, you have traders passing through, lots of buying and selling going on, and you've got goods going back out the other way as well. So it's a vital link in the business of empire.
The locals in St Albans might have been compliant with this Romanisation, but northeast of here, there was a tribal queen who wasn't convinced that buddying up with the Romans was a good idea.
Boudica was queen of the Iceni tribe who came from Anglia, and she wanted revenge against the Romans for the way they'd treated her lands and her people.
Boudica's husband was king of the Iceni tribe, and when he died, the Romans forcibly seized his land, flogged Boudica, and raped her daughters. She wanted revenge.
She rallied like-minded tribes, and together they went on a killing spree across eastern Britain. Now, the Roman historian Tacitus described what happened. He says, "The whole island rose in arms under the command of Boudica. They hunted down the Roman troops in their scattered posts, stormed the forts, and assaulted the colony itself, which they saw as the seat of their enslavement. Nor did the angry victors deny themselves any of the savagery characteristic of barbarians."
Boudica turned the Romans' own roads against them and used them to travel south from her homeland. First, she attacked and destroyed the Roman city of Camulodunum, now Colchester, and then their capital, Londinium. Leaving London in ruins, Boudica's army continued their uprising and travelled northwest up Watling Street to Verulamium.
The elegant town centre was burned to the ground and hundreds of citizens were slaughtered, but Boudica still wasn't finished. Leaving Verulamium as a smoking ruin, she headed further north with her army to face her biggest battle yet, the Battle of Watling Street.
Boudica's army came face to face with around 10,000 Roman legionaries travelling in the opposite direction. The soldiers were commanded by the general Paulinus, who had recently put down a Druid uprising in North Wales.
I'm close by Watling Street, not far from the place where Boudica's army fought the Romans. Now, because of that uprising, the Romans built a string of defensive forts here. I've come to explore a site built on the remains of one of them.
Taking a slight detour from Watling Street, I'm heading to the Warwickshire village of Badgington, near Coventry. It's the site of Lunt Fort, built in the time of the first Roman invasion around 60 AD. It stayed in use for 20 years. The site was rediscovered by archaeologists in the 1930s and was partially rebuilt in the 1970s on the original foundations.
Hello. How you doing? I'm all right, thank you. Thanks for braving the weather.
Richard Brooks is a Roman expert here.
What is this place? That's a good question. We're standing in what we call a gyrus, which is from the Greek word for circle. This is the only structure of its kind that's ever been discovered anywhere in a Roman fort, anywhere in the empire. So we think this is a cavalry training ring, because the Lunt was built at the height of the Boudican revolt, either just before or just after the climactic battle of Watling Street against Boudica.
I feel pretty confident in saying this wasn't built in Roman times.
Definitely not.
When was it built?
It was built in the 1970s by 31 Base Squadron, the Royal Engineers. They built everything that we can see, the granary, the gyrus that we're standing in, and the gateway, in the same way and using the same methods and materials as the Roman soldiers would have done 2,000 years previously. So no chainsaws or cranes or earth movers. And even for people like the Royal Engineers who are pretty skilled at building things, it was quite a difficult job.
What else would have been at the fort?
Well, we think it was quite a modestly sized fort. The idea was to use the Lunt to basically keep an eye on the locals and make sure they didn't cause any more trouble.
What happened when the Romans did realise what was happening with Boudica's revolt?
Well, they made all haste to bring battle to Boudica, but it was a very rushed, it wasn't perfect conditions for the Romans because they were caught napping, they had to make up ground.
They might have been rushed, but they had a strategy. Boudica's army was much bigger than that of Paulinus, so he had to seize the advantage. He did it by forcing the battle to take place in an area that was hemmed in by forest. This meant the Britons couldn't outflank or overwhelm the Romans, and so they were forced to take them head on. And there was no one better at fighting in formation than the Roman legions. Boudica's army was destroyed. The revolt was over.
What happened to Boudica?
All that we can be certain of is that she died at the point of the end of the Boudican revolt, but we don't know the circumstances. It was suggested that she took ill and died. She could have fallen in the battle itself, or she could have drunk poison to kill herself rather than being caught and punished, taken to Roman chains by the Romans. So I don't think we'll ever be certain of that either.
The locals were clad in skins and cloth, but what was the equipment that gave the average Roman soldier his advantage? Richard has roped in a friend, George, to help show me.
This is the standard uniform in the 1st century in the Roman Empire.
Can I try it on?
Oh yes.
What goes first?
I'd put the tunica on first.
What's this made out of?
It's made of wool, which is widely available. They're sort of locally made. They started to wear what we refer to as kind of these short breeches. Initially, when the Romans encountered tribes, people like the Iceni, like the native Britons, and they were wearing trousers, they dubbed them feminalia, because they thought it was effeminate to wear trousers. Men should run around essentially wearing a skirt. I think we need something for your neck. We need a nice scarf.
Oh, thank you very much. So this is just round my neck, like an ordinary
Round your
scarf?
neck,
Yeah, okay.
a bit like a neckerchief.
Sort of cravat style.
A little bit. This is to stop your neck being chafed by the leather thong. It keeps your helmet on. So you stick your head in as well. And that's the way. Optime. There we are.
Optime?
Optime. Very good.
Heavy on the shoulders.
When we put your next item on, your belt, you will find that a lot of the weight that's on your shoulders now will go onto your hips and it'll be even more comfortable. Strap for your sword, it's mounted onto your beltius.
Okay, right.
Now breathe in, soldier. There we are.
And I need to protect my head, I suppose.
I'd say that's probably a good idea. So this, we refer to it as a gallia.
A gallia, why is that?
So called because the rough basic design of it is very similar to helmets that Gaulish tribes in Gallia were using.
Modern France, right?
Modern France. The Romans weren't above taking ideas that they thought worked from conquered tribes and basically making them slightly better. Your sword, your gladius, the full title for that is Gladius Hispaniensis. Now, because you're an auxiliar, what you have here is your typical auxiliary shield. This we refer to as a clipius.
Clipius?
It's from, we think it's from a Greek term.
So it covers you pretty much from head to toe, especially you get into a fighting stance.
Next, it's time for the main event, the great sword.
The gladius is primarily a stabbing weapon. It's optimised for that. It's got a very nasty, sharp, tapered point.
The thing about the way the Romans fought was they were all very close together, going forward towards the enemy. And if you were to swing a sword about and slash it and swing it when you're really close to everyone, you'd be fighting each other. Exactly, you don't want to kill your own teammates. So you would thrust forward with it. And the good thing about that is not only are you not endangering the soldiers on either side, but you keep your shield in front of you to protect yourself at the same time. So you're really hard to kill, you're defending yourself and you're attacking at the same time.
And this is what Boudica's warriors experienced in the Battle of Watling Street. They were forced into a narrow defile where their long chopping swords counted for pretty much nothing, and they just got in each other's way. So the Roman infantry, who were used to fighting close and in a brutal fashion, could just go to work.
Boudica's revolt may have been quashed on Watling Street, but the war between the Romans and the native Britons raged on. Many of the tribes who lived here didn't take kindly to being controlled by a foreign power. So Roman legions spent decades putting down rebellions in Wales, Yorkshire, the southwest, and Wales again. It took the Romans more than a century before they could claim that they truly ruled Britannia. My journey along Britain's longest and oldest Roman road, Watling Street, has taken me on a truly revealing route. Starting at the Kent coast in the southeast, I've travelled more than 200 miles across the heart of England, retracing the steps of the Roman invasion of Britain in 43 AD. Watling Street was the trunk road that enabled the Romans to push their conquest across the length and breadth of the land. And nearly 2,000 years ago, it came to an end here, a place that for the Romans really was the end of the earth.
This is Wroxeter in Shropshire, which the Romans called Verulamium. Now, like many places in the 1st century AD, it started life as a Roman legionary fortress, but a civilian settlement grew up around it, and soon it was a bustling city.
From here there were roads and trackways that branched out into North Wales and further north to Hadrian's Wall and beyond. But historians agree that Wroxeter marks the end of the line for Watling Street. Cameron Moffat is the curator of collections here, with expert knowledge of how the Romans and the British combined to become something new.
So this is part of what was once then a very busy Roman town. Why did the Romans have a town here?
It's very much to do with Watling Street and access to the important ports and the important places in the far southeast. And Wroxeter really is effectively the terminus for Watling Street.
After the Romans arrive here in the mid-1st century, we've got a military base, but it quite quickly turns into a civilian settlement.
It does. I mean, first of all, you've got your military establishment, and there will have been settlements of local people on the peripheries. What happens is by the 80s AD, the military has moved on. They've conquered North Wales, they've moved the Legion up to Chester, and they don't need this for military purposes anymore. And what they do is they hand it over to the local tribe, the Cornovii, and they say, okay, here you go, make this into a town, and then we can come and charge you loads of tax.
Tell me about this arch. It's absolutely enormous, isn't it?
This piece of masonry is called the Old Work, and it's been called that for a few hundred years now. And this is what survives of the basilica. And this was an enormous exercise hall where people came and worked up a sweat.
Like a gym?
A gym, exactly, and with a few more functions as well. And it was very tall, really. You could have seen this for many miles around.
So this was an exercise hall. What else was going on here?
You would get little traders who might be selling snacks, they might be offering to do your hair. If you've come and you've done your exercise, worked up a sweat, you cannot move on through what was a set of double doors into the bath suite, where you would then continue the whole process, going through cool rooms and then into warm rooms, having a slave scrape you down to get rid of all the nasty sweat.
We're not in Pompeii, so I assume that wasn't buried. This has been standing since the Romans left it.
That has been standing since the Romans left it, and it's really a tribute to their building techniques and the strength of their mortar.
and those enterprising locals weren't averse to grabbing a bit of Roman luxury for themselves. Cameron's about to show me a reconstruction of the underfloor heating beneath the bathhouse. It sounds like a very modern idea.
And so this was the hypocaust. So what happened here?
Well, where we are standing now, we are below floor level, below Roman floor level. And this is where the heated air that was generated by an enormous furnace down at the far end of the building, this is how it moved underneath the floors and then came up into individual rooms through vents like we can see over there.
So this is the famous Roman underfloor heating.
This is it.
Was bathing something particularly Roman, or would it have been familiar already to the local tribespeople?
Well, bathing in this way, with all these elaborate facilities, this was definitely Roman. But I think it was appreciated by people wherever the Romans went.
This is sort of the last bathhouse on Watling Street, if you like. Would there have been a sense that this was a frontier town, you know, end of civilization, if you like, for the Romans, or not?
You know, the Romans, they got everywhere. And but this was the place in this part of the country where you had all the facilities that you could possibly need. And in addition to the baths, there was a huge forum over the other side of Watling Street where you would have the authorities and legal services, and everything is concentrated here.
What started out as a military invasion in 43 AD, less than 100 years later, had resulted in a new kind of civilization, one in which the Romans and the Britons were living side by side.
This wasn't just about rest and relaxation for Roman soldiers struggling through a harsh British winter. This was built by and for the local British population, enjoying all the comforts of Roman civilization here at the end of Watling Street.
The road that was built for invasion and conquest, whose story is littered with bloody battles with native Britons, eventually reached its end in a town where the Romans and the Britons found themselves forced to live in harmony and share cultures, and even bathtubs. Today we take for granted the motorways, A-roads and city streets, over 2,000 miles of them that form the skeleton road map of Britain. And all because of the Romans, with their ingenuity and dogged determination to conquer everything in their path.
I'm Dan Jones, and I'm going to retrace the story of our Roman past along 6 of their most iconic roads.
Each road tells the story of our Roman legacy and its rich history, from their very first road across Kent, which powered their invasion, to the vital routes which helped them conquer most of Britain, before being beaten into retreat by the Scots. In nearly 400 years of occupation, the Romans changed Britain forever by bringing their armies, ideas, buildings, and religion.
But the Romans couldn't have done any of it without one thing: their roads.
This time I'm walking the route of Fosse Way, arguably the most lively and hedonistic of Britain's Roman roads. Stretching for 230 miles through the heart of England, the route starts in Exeter and runs through Devon towards the spa town of Bath. Then it's on through the Cotswolds and the West Midlands, roughly following the route of the A46. It ends at the cathedral city of Lincoln. A journey along this ancient road reveals so much about life in Roman Britain, from high-minded culture to populist entertainment we would now consider barbaric. Fragments of their civilization have survived at the very start of Foss Way in Devon. The remains of a fort were found under a bus garage in Exeter in 2019. But my journey will start in a key Roman site, not just in Britain, but in the world. Aquae Sulis, known today as the City of Bath. 1 million people visit the famous Roman baths every year. And they were just as popular in the 1st century AD, when this was a site of pilgrimage for visitors from across the empire. So what exactly were those travellers looking for here?
Archaeological evidence suggests that the Roman bath's main spring was treated by the native Britons as a shrine to their goddess Sulis, who the Romans identified with Minerva. Now, that name Sulis continued to appear in Bath's Roman name, Aquae Sulis, literally the waters of Sulis.
Like the native Britons, the Romans venerated sacred springs. They recognised Aquae Sulis as a place of worship and had built their own temple here by 70 AD. Over the next 300 years, the site developed as an enclosed bathing complex used for religious and health purposes.
Now, what you're looking at today is not what you'd have seen 2,000 years ago, because the Victorians rebuilt these baths from rubble. And unlike the Romans, they decided they didn't want a roof. And that's why the water is this murky colour, because the sunlight comes down, helps algae to grow, and that's what turns the water green.
The water arrived from the natural spring at a temperature of 46 degrees Celsius, warmer than the average bath. An elaborate network of lead piping would have channeled it to basins throughout the building. Roman engineering at its very best. Historian Dr. Jane Draycott knows the secrets of Roman bathhouses and personal hygiene.
Before the Romans got to Britain, did everyone just stink?
The particular Roman style of bathing, I think, is a change. And it is something that we see spreading around the Roman Empire. As Rome conquers territories, moves in, we do see these bathhouse buildings appearing where they weren't before, where there wasn't anything sort of similar before.
Why was bathing so important to the Romans?
Well, first and foremost, it's about cleanliness, of course, because the vast majority of Roman people did not live in accommodation that had any sort of running water, any sort of bathing facilities. But gradually, bathing stops being purely a utilitarian thing, and it becomes luxurious, I suppose is the word to use. So for the Romans, they have their work, which they call negotium, and they have their leisure, which they call otium. And bathing becomes a huge part of otium. So the Roman working day starts first thing in the morning, very, very early with daylight, and it stops around about midday. And so you've got basically the entire afternoon just free. So, you know, you've got a good few hours to fill. So it starts off this sort of, yes, let's get clean, let's get tidy. But it becomes so much more than that. So the baths become places where you can relax, you can keep fit, you can socialise, you can have some culture.
Unlike today, where we usually keep ourselves clean in private, bathing in Roman society was a very public affair.
Was this just something that was for elites?
No, absolutely not. One of the really key things about Roman bathhouses is that they are, to all intents and purposes, open to everybody. So you go along to the baths, you get anointed with oil, you get rubbed down, you do some exercise to build up a sweat, then you actually start the bathing process where you start off in a medium hot room, and then you progress to the hotter rooms and the very hottest rooms, all the time sort of sweating to sort of work out all the dirt, all the impurities. Then you're scraped off with a strigil.
What's a strigil?
It's essentially a scraper. It sort of looks a bit like a hook. It scrapes off all of the gunk, and then that's discarded on the floor and on the walls of the bathhouses. And apparently ancient doctors used to collect it and they'd use it in their medicines.
Oh my God, that's totally disgusting.
And so you're clean and you take your cold plunge. And then in addition to that, you maybe get anointed again with perfumes and things. And that's when you can sort of sit around chatting with your friends, having a snack, listening to some poetry or some music, watching entertainments. You have people like jugglers and performers who ply their trade in the baths as well.
So as well as getting cleaned, I mean, could you get any, like, spa treatments, you know, sort of eyebrows done or, you know, back waxed?
People would have all sorts of cosmetic treatments done at the bathhouses. So, for example, the Romans are not fans of body hair of any kind.
Why do they hate body hair so much?
Basically, it's seen as quite uncivilized, quite bestial. It makes you appear like a satyr or, you know, some other sort of oversexed wild creature. So the Romans, like most men and women, like remove all of their body hair.
So how do they do it?
Depilation.
Okay, but what do you use?
Those things right there in the bowl.
Walnuts?
Yes.
So how do you use a walnut to wax someone's back?
Your guess is as good as mine, but apparently it involved singeing off the hair.
What, does it heat the walnuts and, like, singe the hair off?
I think so, yes.
That sounds quite painful.
The public baths were renowned for luxury and beauty, but they also had a more perverse reputation.
What kind of deviancy was going on in the baths?
We have all of these stories about people using the baths as places to pick people up, for example. So, because people are seemingly bathing naked and men and women are bathing together, we do have a lot of suggestions that people were either on the lookout for prospective
hookups.
Yes. There are suggestions that when you are having your anointing and your massage, that potentially your masseur or your masseuse is giving you a little bit more than the standard. There are suggestions of people actually, well, having, how should I put this, sexual escapades at the baths, maybe the occasional orgy.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that all bathhouses were just full of sort of noble citizens discussing philosophy and not a bunch of naked people doing what naked people generally do if you leave them alone long enough.
The two things are not mutually exclusive. You can have, you know, intellectual foreplay and then the rest.
Despite the sexual escapades, these public baths are among the finest examples of Roman civilization brought to Britain. And the Romans used their roads, such as Fosse Way, to extend their cultural activities across our land. Numerous bathhouses were built here, as in Buxton, where they exploited the warm springs dedicated to the native goddess Arnemetie. I'm following the Roman road of Fosse Way from Devon towards Lincoln. The route reveals the secrets of the luxury lifestyles lived by the native Britons while under Roman rule. Also, how the Romans introduced their concept of civilization to Britain, from creating new towns to teaching us how to relax. Our ancestors didn't always warm to Roman ways, but there is one technology that they definitely embraced: glassmaking. Once the Romans discovered it, they used it in every way they could think of. With the invention of the tube blowing technique, they were able to produce glass in great quantities, and thanks to their road network, they spread it around Britain. I'm meeting a present-day glassmaker to find out how the craft took off nearly 2,000 years ago.
What were people using to drink out of before glass? I mean, they weren't sort of licking out their hands.
Hopefully not their hands, but definitely ceramics, bone, like horns. You know how the Vikings are depicted to drink out of? That was basically the norm, and then the Romans came, changed everything.
And what advantages did glass have over, say, horns and ceramic?
Much cleaner. You don't have sort of mould and other gunk getting in there, as well as you can actually see the liquid that you're drinking. If it's in ceramics or horn, then you're sort of trusting that what you've got is actually, you know, what you've been told. But with glass, you can see, and you don't have to trust your neighbours. They're not going to poison you.
What do you think it must have been like for the native British to suddenly see glass arrive with the Romans? I mean, would they have been wowed to see this new technology?
Absolutely. It's basically the iPhone of the 0th century. It changes everything. You suddenly have vessels and artwork, which is this whole new material.
And was there a native British glass making industry, or did you have to import it all from the other places in the empire?
It initially was brought over, and then as the Roman Empire faded away a couple of hundred years later, that's when the glass blowing stayed. So basically the Romans brought it over and showed us how to do it. They had their time, they made the use of us, and then when they left, when their empire collapsed, there were fringes of it all around the empire.
How did the Roman road network help with expanding the glass-making industry and then moving glass products
It's the
about?
materials.
Did it make it easier to transport around the country?
Yeah, I think, well, the materials that made glass initially were soda, which is basically salt from a seabed, and sand. So obviously the UK doesn't have a lot of either of those, so that will have been imported from warmer climates. So the roads will have helped massively in that, yeah.
There's evidence of widespread glass production in Roman Britain. Debris has been found in places such as Colchester, Manchester and Leicester.
Why was the punty so important in developing glass making in Roman times?
So basically it's a second metal pole. And
so you've got the first one
you've got the first one that you use to blow down, and then you create the air inside of the glass, which allows you to shape it from the inside. The punty allows you to attach a second pole to the base of that glass that you're working. You can then break off the first pole, and it opens up the area that would otherwise be inaccessible.
And so this allows Romans to make
jugs, glasses, goblets, decanters, amphoras, you name it, they can do it suddenly. It's like a revolution. It's like suddenly someone opens their eyes and go, Eureka.
That'd be the Greeks.
Yeah.
Fosse Way played a key part in spreading these innovations. It was built along one of the earliest borders of the Roman Empire in Britain, a ditch built to defend the western limits of Roman territory, and fossa was the Latin word for ditch. Crossing a variety of landscapes, Fosse Way never deviated more than 5 miles from a straight line. For me, retracing the ancient route has already revealed how much of their own culture the Romans imported to Britain. But it wasn't just their love of bathing and glass blowing. They also brought their favourite leisure pursuits. We see an example of this nearly 35 miles north of Bath. The town of Cirencester in Gloucestershire was once a key settlement in Roman Britain, and they knew it as Coroneum Dobanorum.
This park's known as Abbey Grounds, and I'm standing on what remains of the walls of Coroneum Dobanorum, once the most important city along Fosse Way.
It was built within the territory of a friendly local tribe, the Dobuni. It became a hub, positioned at the intersection of 3 main roads: Aquae Street, Ermine Way, and of course, Fosse Way.
In fact, nearly 2,000 years ago, these walls were so extensive they housed the second largest city in the whole of Roman Britain, which later became the capital of the province Britannia Prima.
The city walls stood 6 metres high, with a walkway along the top protected by a parapet. Along them at regular intervals stood stone towers and bastions to protect the city. As I walk around the outskirts, it is impossible to miss a site that represents the beating heart of Roman culture, the amphitheatre. Across the empire, in large arenas like this one, slaves were made to fight for the entertainment of the town citizens. It's hard to imagine that 2,000 years ago, thousands of spectators would have gathered in this exact spot to watch people fighting to the death. Brona Langton is involved in looking after the site and knows something of its blood-soaked past.
So tell me what we're looking at here.
This was the Roman amphitheatre, so what you're looking at now, so that would have been the arena, the central stage, and these 2 banks were the seating for the spectators.
Can you help me get a sense of what this looked like?
Yes, so
on this
2
side?
entrances.
2 entrances. And banks of seating?
Yes, banks of seating. So originally this site was a quarry, so they were quarrying limestone to build the town, and so they sort of utilised the natural lay of the land, and the town was over there, and you would have sort of come out of the gate along the road. There would have been stalls and a bit of a market, so you could buy some food and stuff, and then come and watch the show.
Sounds like quite a nice day out to me.
Yes.
What sort of thing took place inside the amphitheatre?
There would have been wild animal hunts and slaughters. There would have been parades and displays, possibly the execution of criminals and undesirable people, and also there's evidence for gladiator activity in Britain as well.
What was the capacity here, and what would it have been like when the amphitheatre was full?
They reckon 8,000 people could have fit into this amphitheatre, and I think you have to imagine everybody would have been crushed in. They'd have been sat on bench seats, eating their stuffed dormice and all the stuff they've bought on their way in, and there'd have been a lot of anticipation for the event, so I think it would have been quite an electric atmosphere.
Did amphitheatres come to Britain with the Romans, or was there some form of this that existed before?
I would say this is totally a Roman invention. It's their form of almost like social control, and for spectators to come and be controlled and see the power of Rome, and by killing animals or criminals or things, you're showing your authority.
Why do you think big civic public games were so important to Roman culture?
It's a bit like going to a football match, I suppose. It's part of being a Roman citizen, and it was great fun. It was free, so you would come here for your entertainment.
Was everything about blood and guts and violence?
I think that was the main attraction, but I think they would have probably had like military tattoos and displays as well.
Based on the surviving records, it seems that nobody ever questioned whether it was right to arrange or even just watch such brutal sports. In fact, gladiators enjoyed a celebrity status.
What was life like for a gladiator?
Well, from what we know, gladiators had they were very popular and famous, and they were worth a lot of money. So I think if you had a successful gladiator, a lot of them were slaves, so somebody owned them all. And if they were really good ones, they were worth maybe like 20,000 denarii, whereas a Roman soldier would have got paid 300 a year.
So it's a pretty dangerous profession with a fairly certain end.
Yes, I think it was one-way ticket.
Gladiators would fight an average of 10 matches in their careers, but these were often short-lived, and their life expectancy was just 27 years old.
Why do you think the Romans were so into blood sports?
I think it was a violent society, and they were always at war. You got your honour and your glory through physical prowess.
What was at the heart of this business of men fighting beasts?
And that's showing the civilised Roman world overcoming the wild, untamed, uncivilised world. And the Romans quite liked to demonstrate their power in that way. So even with an amphitheatre, there would have been a strict seating order. So, the most important people would be sat at the bottom, and as you sort of move up the slopes, the least important people at the top.
I'm following the Roman road of Fosse Way, northeast towards the city of Lincoln. Arguably the empire's most hedonistic road, Fosse Way's story includes everything from blood-soaked gladiatorial combat to bathhouse orgies. But it's also a story of luxury living and how the Romans implemented their concept of civilization in Britain. My next stop is the Roman city of Leicester, known in the Iron Age as Ratay, a small town that thrived after the Roman invasion.
There's really not much left of Leicester's Roman past, but it was Roman simply because of its name. The ster in Leicester derives from castrum, that's the Latin word for an army camp. And the same goes for Gloucester, Worcester, Manchester, Lancaster, Doncaster, and many more besides. They were all military bases that evolved into civilian towns.
In the Iron Age, Ratay would have been a poor settlement. But the Romans made it a strategic point along Fosse Way by a river crossing. They developed it into a thriving town, following a similar layout to many other Roman cities, with a central grid system.
By the 2nd century AD, the town was reorganised with a new street plan, new buildings including a forum, basilica, bathhouses and a temple. This wall behind me was part of the town's redevelopment. For centuries, historians thought it was a gatehouse or possibly part of a temple. But the latest thinking is it was actually part of a palestra or gymnasium. So nearly 2,000 years ago, young men practiced boxing and wrestling right here.
Gymnasiums were very important to the Romans because most of their favourite sports involved fighting. Activities like wrestling were seen as forms of entertainment and used as training for young men joining the Roman army. This enthusiasm for sports came from the top down. The very first emperor, Augustus, had a passion for boxing.
As the Roman historian Suetonius wrote, he said, his chief delight was to watch boxing, and not merely professional bouts, but slogging matches between untrained toughs in narrow city alleys. Now, sometimes boxing was combined with wrestling for a sort of all-in martial art called pancration, and there were only really 3 rules in that. No biting, no gouging, and no grabbing your opponent's genitals.
Leicester's Jewry Wall is also notable because of the great, strong, arched windows that have survived nearly 2,000 years. In fact, the arch is the mainstay of Roman construction technique.
There's nothing quite so Roman as an arch, which is why you see them on so many Roman buildings that survive today. But why were the Romans so in love with them?
To find out, I've come to meet Lindsay Bird, who's an expert in Roman architecture.
What's so special about an arch?
Well, the arch shape itself can actually be found in nature, and it's actually quite a strong shape. If you look at an egg, for instance, if you are to squeeze it in a certain alignment, it won't crack. You can put as much pressure on it as you want. In fact, if you get a whole crate of eggs, you can actually stand on them and they won't break.
So why did the Romans like them so much?
Well, let's have a go at building one and you can see.
Okay, so this all looks pretty straightforward. No glue,
No, just
nothing.
Just a few bricks. So if you want to start off with the red brick over there, I'll start off with this one.
And how long have people been using arches in architecture?
Well, there are records of arches being used in ancient Mesopotamia and ancient Greece, but it's actually the Romans who really started to make use out of it the way they did.
And what was so special about Roman arches? What did they do that was so brilliant?
Well, not only were they very good at creating the technology to actually help construct it in the forms of scaffolding and wooden cranes, they also were able to create a type of concrete out of lime and volcanic ash and using seawater. And that used to help hold it all together.
And what's the key to the arch?
That would be this block right here. It's the keystone.
The keystone. Well, that's a word we've all heard, even if it's just from the Keystone Cops. But it actually refers to a specific piece of the architecture,
Yeah,
right?
so if you look in any sort of brick archway, there'll be a brick right in the centre that's slightly different shape from everything else. That is the one that takes a lot of the pressure, and without it, the whole thing will just fall apart.
So, but how do these things hold together here with no glue and with no, cement or whatever?
General bridges, they suffer from compression and tension. They are being squeezed and they are being pulled apart.
Okay.
Arch bridges are only under compression. They are only being squeezed. So they're basically holding themselves together by putting the pressure onto the next brick, which is then passing on to the next one. And if you had lots of arches, they'd basically be spreading the load out.
So the more pressure you put on it, in a way, the stronger it gets?
Yeah, exactly.
How strong's this?
This one can actually hold my weight.
Do you reckon it can hold mine?
I think it could.
Let's see. No problem. So with the keystone, this is obviously very strong, but without it?
Without it, if you just let go of that one for me,
Yeah.
you just
Oh, well, sorry.
collapse
Obviously,
it.
it collapses like that, but it wouldn't hold without it.
It wouldn't, no. The way an arch works is the pressure from one rock gets passed on to the next one. So if there isn't a keystone there sort of holding it and wedging it in place, it won't get passed down, it won't be compressed, and it'll just fall apart.
Thanks to the Roman roads connecting towns and cities, ideas flowed like never before, from how to build a bridge to the way people cooked. Roads like the Fosse Way allowed new kinds of food and recipes to circulate around Britain, changing what Britons ate forever.
Much like today, Roman cities were a hub for all sorts of cuisine. But whether we'd be happy to eat some Roman specialities, well, that's another matter.
Food historian Emma Kay has prepared a Roman feast for me. So I'm stepping off Fosse Way for a while to judge for myself what Roman food might have been like.
What did people in Britain eat before the Romans arrived?
Oh, not very much. Very basic. It would have been just peas and beans and barley, meat. You know, they had quite a meat-heavy diet, so lots of lamb and goat and chicken and that sort of thing. But yeah, very, very simple diet.
What sort of foods did the Romans bring with them?
Well, they brought all kinds of things. I mean, they cultivated many, many things in Britain. For instance, we have leeks, we have carrots, we have celery.
So none of this was in Britain before?
No, none of this was in Britain. No leeks. No. And apples, we only had crab apples and plums and medlars and damsons, all kinds of things that they brought with them.
All of this intermingling of cuisine and of ingredients, of herbs. Did the road network help with moving all of these different foodstuffs from one part of the empire to the other?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way to look at it is it was a bit like a subsistence economy. So everything was to do with farming and agriculture and then moving that and transporting it around.
Thanks to their road network, the Romans were not only able to import new ingredients to Britain, but also to export food from here to the rest of the empire. Oysters farmed on the Kent coast were considered a real delicacy and were distributed across the Roman world.
Is it true they ate dormice?
They did eat dormice, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they really did. And I think one of the things they may have done is stuff them with chestnuts. So they would keep them in pots or in little pens and they would stuff them with things, a bit like rabbits or hares, they would do the same with them. And my theory is that that's why we have the chestnut stuffing has continued over time with that.
Just scaled up from the dormouse to the turkey.
Yeah, and of course snails, they fed snails on milk and honey and until they were really fat and juicy and then they ate them.
Okay, so you've prepared this delicious Roman banquet. Thank you very much. So now, if I go to Rome today, I'm probably going to order like a nice, thin, crispy pizza, a bowl of spaghetti with garlic and olive oil, and I don't see any of that here.
We've got a whole selection of things here. This is a Lucanian sausage, so it would be like a smoked, a bit like a salami, so you might find that on your pizza now.
Right.
They sort of went underground at one point because when the Romans converted to Christianity, they became considered to be offensive.
So there was a time when sausages were illegal, like you had to go to a sausage speakeasy and knock on the door.
Oh yes, because they were sort of phallic pagan symbols.
That is the problem with the sausage. I guess I'd like to try some of it. It smells fine.
Wait, sure, it tastes fine as well.
It's a bit fishy. Fishier than I would normally have a sausage.
Yeah.
Fishy sausage.
We've got the nettles, which have been boiled with eggs. So the Romans started the whole scrambled egg thing, really. Before that, we didn't mix things with eggs.
I don't think I've ever eaten a nettle.
Well, they're full of iron, so they were really important. They were full of iron, full of vitamins. They were especially for soldiers because they were so good for rheumatic aches and pains.
Yeah, it's got a really fishy smell.
I know.
Okay.
Go for it.
Jesus Christ. Sorry. Oh my God. What? What is that? There's like 4 different flavours, all that shouldn't be in my mouth at the same time. One of them is nettles, one of them is weird mashed up egg, and one of them is like the fishiest thing I've ever eaten.
Sauce.
I don't think I've ever tasted anything like that. The one flavour that's come through in all of these mostly delicious foods is fish.
Fish.
What's that? Where am I getting that fish? It tastes like that Thai fish sauce.
Well, fish sauce is in a lot of different countries, but
What was the Roman version?
The Roman version was called garum or sometimes liquamen. It was a bit like Roman ketchup, really. They had it with everything. The fish would come out of the water, be gutted immediately, and the intestines would be left to fester for about 3 months in the sun. Garum comes from the fish garos, which is what they used to make it out of. And garos is a fish that seems to have disappeared. No one can really identify it anymore. But they think the nearest thing to it is a mackerel.
And very handily, you've just got some fish guts sitting here.
Yeah.
They smell like they've been fermenting a little while.
Yeah, that's about a week. So if you can imagine the stench after several months.
So how did they strain the fermented fish guts?
Well, you're supposed to strain it through a basket.
So they'd have used baskets. How would you do it?
I'm going to use some muslin.
And then it's just a case of giving it a squeeze.
That's it.
God, that is
tasty.
Absolutely disgusting.
Tasty. But it's working.
I mean, they must have liked this stuff.
They really did.
This is the end product?
Yes, some fish sauce that I made that way about a week ago. So
I mean, my standards have changed over the course of the last few minutes, but that looks a lot more appetising
appealing, yeah.
than
Slightly.
the rest. Didn't think I'd ever ask this. Can I try some of your strained fish guts, please?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Smell it first.
I mean, what am I doing? I'm swinging from the bottle.
It's got a strange smell, actually. It doesn't smell so fishy. Oh, clearly it does to you. I mean, just think of it. Do you like Worcestershire sauce?
Yeah, but not like downing it.
Worcestershire sauce has fish sauce in it.
Of course, yeah.
So it's one of the few things that we still have left.
Let's give it a go this way.
It's good for you. Full of vitamins.
Wow. Whoa! Holy! Wow! Damn! Oh, it's like every fish in the entire North Sea is currently in my mouth all at once. That's the fishiest. Fishiest. That is pure fish.
It's just mackerel.
Christ. My whole head is full of fish.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Don't you feel invigorated? Do you feel like you've had lots of...
I feel alive, and I also feel surprised by that fact. That is the essence of the flavour that was through everything else we've tried, you know, that...
Yes, it would have permeated every dish. It would have been in everything, so everything would have tasted fishy. In fact, I think they probably might have overdone it a little bit.
What did the Romans ever do for me?
A restless night.
Gave me fishy breath for the rest of the day, that's
a restless night, maybe.
Well, I think, thank you. That's...
Should we put the lid back on?
Please, yeah. I think I might go and brush my teeth, actually.
I can now see why garum, nettle and dormice didn't survive into modern British cuisine. Returning to Fosse Way, the route north of Leicester brings me towards Newark-on-Trent, staying close to the route of the A46.
Now, once upon a time, this might have been a nice stroll or a chariot ride through a bucolic landscape, but today it's definitely better seen from inside the car.
In Newark itself, the route of Fosse Way takes a slight detour. It was diverted in the 12th century by Alexander the Magnificent, the Bishop of Lincoln, to bring trade and goods into the town and raise its national importance. I'm travelling along Fosse Way, the great road built by the Romans that runs from Devon in the southwest up to the northeast of Britain. My journey has covered 230 miles, and along the way I've seen how the Romans imposed their lavish culture, entertainment and food on the native Britons. I've now reached my final destination, the city of Lincoln, known by the Romans as Lindum Colonia. 2,000 years ago, this was a major transport hub, because it's the junction with another great Roman road, Ermine Street, running from London to York. A good deal of that traffic would have used this structure, another great surviving example of Romano-British architecture, the Newport Arch.
Roman towns and cities were typically laid out with roads coming from the north, the south, the east and the west, marking out the city in the shape of a cross. Now here at Lincoln, the Newport Arch marks the north end of the city, so it would be the first point of entry for travellers coming from places like York and Corbridge.
Remarkably, the arch is still in use today. It's the only surviving Roman gate in Britain and a real testament to the longevity and tenacity of Roman engineering. Archaeologist Lacey Wallace knows about its great history.
What's happened to it over the years?
Well, it was originally built into the walls surrounding the city. So what we're looking at here is just sort of the interior facade of what was kind of like a gateway building.
Now, in Roman times, I suppose the traffic that came through wasn't as big and bulky and fast as what comes through now. I mean, does that not cause any damage?
In the 60s, a lorry tried to come through that was a bit too big and almost knocked the arch down, and they had to repair it quite significantly.
What's the point of having an arch back in Roman times? Why bother building something like that?
Well, gateway structures sort of mark the entrances to the city. So in Lincoln, in the upper city here, there were 4, north, south, east, and west, where the roads entered the city. So it's a break in the city wall for the road to come in.
Is it defensive? Is it to like stop the barbarians coming to the city?
So a gateway would allow taxation. So you can stop carts coming in who maybe want to go sell their wares, and you could tax those goods. They can also check just who's coming and going and have a sort of maintenance of control within the city. There's a distinct inside and outside. And so the gateway is that aperture that kind of marks the difference. And there's different laws and rules of sort of dress and behavior. People act differently inside the city. So it's that transitional space to kind of let you know that you've arrived.
The Romans had invaded Britain in 43 AD and spent at least their first century here putting down rebellions by native Britons in Wales and the West and far north into Scotland. Originally a defensive ditch and then a road, Fosse Way had once been the western frontier for the Roman Empire in Britain, with forts like Lincoln built along the route. A well-made Roman road was essential for transporting troops along the frontier in case of an attack from Celtic tribes living further west. But as the Roman Empire expanded north, Fosse Way became less important as a defence, and as a result, the garrison forts along its route developed into civilian settlements. As the war effort moved further north, legionary fortresses like Lincoln became thriving towns for retired soldiers, known as Colonia. Lacey is now taking me to the Mint Wall, the remains of a great public building from Roman times, to give me an idea of what daily life would have been like in the old city.
There's this short period, isn't there, between Lincoln as a military outpost, and then really quite quickly it develops into a civilian town.
Yeah, so the Legion moved on, they went to Chester, and the structure of the city here is it's a good spot, and there were already buildings and roads, so it was a sensible place for a veteran colony to be constructed. And a veteran colony is a civic space, but obviously occupied by former military personnel.
Compared to where we're standing right now, where is Fosse Way?
So Fosse Way is down the hill on the other side of the river. They excavated a bit of 2 roads, Ermine Street coming up from London and Fosse Way coming up from the southwest.
The intersection of Ermine Street and Fosse Way, just south of where we're standing, created a large open space that was used as a centre of military power when Lincoln was a fortress. The same area was then turned into the Forum when Lincoln became a colony.
And it takes up a significant chunk of space where there were maybe statues of the emperor, statues of local people advertising their wealth and status or their beneficence in dedicating buildings, that kind of thing. Somewhere you would go to meet your friends, to see and be seen, to listen to political speeches, to buy goods. This building was probably the basilica at the north side of the Forum, and this stretch of wall is just that northwestern exterior wall. In the basilica itself, you would get dispensations of justice, you could hear your grievances for a magistrate.
This is pretty big for a Roman wall, right? I mean, we don't normally see them going up this high, do we?
For the wall of a structure rather than the city walls, yes, I think this is the tallest standing wall of a building, of a Roman building in Britain. So it's pretty special.
Half a mile from the impressive Mint Wall stands Lincoln's famous Guildhall. In Roman times, this spot would have been just outside of the city walls. That makes sense, because the Guildhall is not a Roman building, it's medieval. But it contains a great artefact from 2,000 years ago, standing at the perfect point to conclude my journey along Fosse Way.
This is St Mary's Guildhall. It's one of the oldest buildings in Lincoln. It was built in the Middle Ages. It's about 900 years old. But beneath it, underneath this glass floor, is something that's twice as old again. It's the actual remains of Foss Way, the Roman road that ran from here in Lincoln all the way down to Exeter. Now, if you look really closely, you can see wheel ruts, and you can imagine carts going back and forth the length of Roman Britain, carrying money and foodstuffs and people and animals and pottery and lots of other things. Now, when this road was built, this whole area was marshland, but the Romans managed to run their road through it all the same, and they did such a good job that 1,000 years later, this road became the foundation for this building to be built upon. That is Roman engineering at its finest.
I think what I've realised as I've been travelling along Foss Way is that frontier routes like this, which started out as Roman military boundaries, evolved over time into cultural arteries, connecting complex cities in which people did all the things that today we take for granted, eating fast food, working out, or just taking a leisurely trip to the spa.
Today we take for granted the motorways, A-roads and city streets, over 2,000 miles of them that form the skeleton road map of Britain. And all because of the Romans, with their ingenuity and dogged determination to conquer everything in their path.
I'm Dan Jones, and I'm going to retrace the story of our Roman past along 6 of their most iconic roads.
Each road tells a story of our Roman legacy and its rich history. From their very first road across Kent, which powered their invasion, to the vital routes which helped them conquer most of Britain, before being beaten into retreat by the Scots. In nearly 400 years of occupation, the Romans changed Britain forever by bringing their armies, ideas, buildings, and religion.
But the Romans couldn't have done any of it without one thing: their roads. This time I'm walking along Ermine Way. It's a road that cuts into the heart of industrial Roman Britain, through the mines and fields that kept the engines of empire firing.
Ermine Way stretches for around 75 miles and was effectively the M4 of its day. It starts in Silchester near Reading and runs west through the Cotswolds towards Cirencester and Gloucester. From there it links to the road system built by the Romans in Wales to exploit the valuable mineral resources there. Ermine Way has a similar name to that other major Roman road, Ermine Street, which runs from London to York, but they're totally different. We don't know how the Romans referred to them because they acquired their current names centuries later. Ermine Way is arguably the most industrial of all our Roman roads, and reveals how the Roman conquest of Britain wasn't just about military glory. Our land had resources in abundance: iron, lead, clay, wood, and manpower. The Romans gave us the impetus to exploit them on an industrial scale for the first time, and showed us the skills to transform them into valuable goods. The Romans weren't just here to rule, they were here to industrialise the natives for the good of the empire and line their own pockets.
People often ask, what did the Romans ever do for us? But I want to find out,
What did we ever do for the Romans?
My journey starts at Silchester, or to call it by its Roman name, Caleva. Just 10 miles from Reading, it's been called the British equivalent of Pompeii. When the Romans left Britain, no town sprang up on top of it, which means Caleva is very well preserved under the soil. Archaeologists have been excavating it for more than 100 years. The city would once have covered 99 acres, surrounded by a defensive wall, one of the few Roman remains visible above ground today. Professor Michael Fulford has been studying Caleva for 20 years. I'm hoping he'll tell me how the road network helped make this prosperous and well-defended settlement possible.
Tell me about these walls. I mean, they seem enormous and they go on for, what,
a mile and a half.
Why were they built at such scale?
They are fantastic, and also a tribute to the road system, because the stones which are used for these levelling courses, these come from literally all points of the compass. So you've got stone coming in from the direction of Swindon, along the roads from there. You've got stone coming in from the north, from Oxford, Farringdon, that area, from the southeast, from the Western Weald, sort of the Hampshire-Surrey border. The nearest material is the flint here. The nearest source is, 6 or 7 miles down south towards Basingstoke. So it's a tremendous tribute to the effectiveness of the road system that this wall is here at all.
So I suppose when they decided they wanted to build this wall, it was a call in all directions for stone wherever we can find it.
Yes, yes. And then the carts to carry it, because we're talking about tens of thousands of cartloads to bring the material for a wall which is at the base. It's 10 Roman feet thick at the base, and it narrows a bit as you come up towards the top.
How did the road network help with Silchester's prosperity, and which roads came into the town?
Well, you've got the main road coming out of London coming through here, and that's the road basically which takes all traffic to South Wales and all traffic down the southwest right through down to Exeter.
So Silchester was very well linked to other towns in Roman Britain?
Yes.
And was that part of Silchester's prosperity?
I think so, yes, very much so. It drew on its hinterland for agriculture. The people with the wealthy townhouses presumably had estates out in the country, and that was part of their wealth. But yes, the traffic going to and from must have been a really important part of Silchester's life.
The town of Caleva sat on an important crossroads. A road now known as the Devil's Highway connected it with the provincial capital Londinium. From here it divided into other roads, heading west to Devon and Cornwall, important production centres for food and tin. When the Romans abandoned Britain in the 5th century AD, their buildings were not maintained by the population left behind. The native Britons cannibalised the stonework to use on their own, more modest buildings. Michael's 20 years of studies to uncover the Roman town here have mixed traditional excavation techniques with modern technology. Geophysical soil surveys have revealed the layout and treasures on the site, many of which are still undiscovered beneath the surface.
We're looking kind of over there, looking towards the north side of the town and the north gate, more or less directly opposite us now. And roughly in the middle and dominating the town is the Forum Basilica, the main administrative building of the town. Down here, close to us where the ground is at its lowest, where the public baths were located, the water being sourced quite locally. And then in front of us, you've got a range of houses, all sizes. Just over to our left is this big building for the imperial postal courier system, the Cursus Publicus, that's just here. I mean, the great thing about this town wall and the wall is you get a sense of how big the kind of average Roman town was. So yeah, everything encompassed, and then running across it, you've got the big main highway, the road running out west.
One of the great treasures of Silchester is its amphitheatre. During its heyday, 1700 years ago, it's thought to be one of the most impressive in Britain, with a capacity of up to 9,000.
Were there really things, gladiators here in little old Britain, the fringes of the empire?
I'm sure that tradition carried on right to the limits of empire. I mean, this amphitheatre was rebuilt on several occasions, and this last occasion when they rebuilt the walls in stone as opposed to wood I mean, that might have coincided with a visit of an emperor. Emperors did come. Hadrian came to Britain, Septimius Severus came to Britain, and you would think that this would be the place where the emperor might be entertained with the British version of whatever. It would be quite a poor version, I think, but the local version of what happened back in Rome.
From here, Ermine Way heads west, past Newbury and over the North Wessex Downs, similar to the route of the modern M4 motorway. I'm travelling the Roman road of Ermine Way to find out how the empire relied on its transport network to exploit the resources of its newest province, Britain. But I'm taking a slight detour, 10 miles south of Ermine Way, to the museum at Devizes in Wiltshire. Now, I've heard that in this museum there's an amazing artefact found just off Ermine Way that'll help shed light on how the economy of Roman Britain operated. Museum director David Dawson has evidence that the Romans weren't just quarrying stones and minerals to trade and export, they were literally mining resources to mint money. So not far from where we are today, there was a pretty important find of Roman coins, wasn't there? Tell me about it.
Yeah, that's right. It's at the Roman town of Connettio, which is on the road, and there were 55,000 coins found. It's the largest ever hoard of Roman coins found in Britain. 55,000.
How much was 55,000 Roman coins worth, or how much would it be today?
Each of these would have been worth, in today's money, about £1,
okay,
give or take.
55 grand under the ground,
It's quite a considerable amount of money. You wouldn't want to lose that in a hurry.
Why would anyone put 55,000 coins under the ground?
It's insane, isn't it? It's always assumed that the reason for that is that you want to keep it safe. So maybe you're a banker, you're lending money to people, or you're scared that someone's going to take it off you. Today we put coins into a well for good luck.
Yeah.
And the Romans would have done the same. So it may have been for luck, it might have been sort of like superstition, or it might have been actually a formal offering to the gods.
When did the latest type of coins in the hoard date from?
The latest one's around about 275 AD.
Okay, 3rd century. So the Romans are still in Britain, they've been here a while?
Very much so.
Julius Caesar was the first person to show his face on a Roman coin in 44 BC. Later emperors followed suit, usually projecting a stern, austere image, as on this coin showing the authoritarian Emperor Domitian in around 90 AD. How useful are Roman coins when we're trying to put together a picture of what happened in Roman Britain?
Well, as archaeologists, they're absolutely vital because this coin, we know, was struck in AD 275. So if you have a wall and you find the coin under the wall, it means it gives you the date it was built. Right. So absolutely essential. But also the pattern of the coins, how many are found and where. So that if you're looking at a site like Connettio and you pick up coins from the surface, it gives you the dates in which the town was in use. So really useful. But also it gives you an idea of the economic activity. So from about this time, about 275 onwards, you start to see a large number of coins in this part of the world. And we think that very much is related to the increase in economic activity.
How did the Roman withdrawal from Britain affect the amount of coins in circulation? I mean, what were the consequences?
The coins are being used to pay the troops. So when Rome says we're not going to pay the troops anymore, the troops have a choice. Do they stay with their army allegiances and go with withdrawal of troops to the rest of the empire to defend Rome, or do they say, I'm going to stay put, but I'm not going to get paid anymore to be a soldier, so they have to become ordinary people. They have to become farmers, traders, whatever. So things change from an army defending the people to the people defending themselves, but using the expertise that was built up from the Roman army.
It's amazing how the concept and the basic design of the coin has remained the same from Roman times all the way through today. You've got a ruler on one side and you've got a pretty picture on the other and a few words around it. I mean, it's the same thing.
Exactly the same.
In the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, coins were minted in Rome and imported here. But from around 270 AD, provincial mints were established in London and Colchester. The coins were the grease that oiled the wheels of the burgeoning commercial world in Britain, and the road network helped the wealth to spread all over the province. Pottery was also essential to Roman life, and it too was traded along the road network. Production centres have been found all over the country, including a major one 20 miles south of Way in Wiltshire. Metal containers were expensive, so ceramics were vital for everything, from large storage vessels to lamps and tableware. The native Britons were familiar with basic pottery, but it was the Romans who introduced industrial techniques. Ceramics historian Graham Taylor is using a method barely changed since Roman times, throwing clay on a disc that's kept spinning by hand.
This is a technique that's been used by potters since probably wheels were first invented around about 3000 BC, something like that. And as we say, it didn't come to Britain until the Romans. Look at that. But once you've got this machine, all of a sudden you go from a situation where pots are made over a period of hours to pots being made over a period of minutes.
That's really amazing, the way it's just sort of emerging from that ball of clay.
It is a marvel of Roman engineering, but it's a very simple marvel of Roman engineering.
Where does the clay come from?
Romans would have been digging clay wherever they were. In places like Oxfordshire, they find really good supplies of clay, and those good supplies of clay mean that industries grow up around them.
What would a potter's workshop have looked like? You'd have had just this one-man band?
There would have been quite big workshops, probably thousands of potters working in the same area, exploiting a really, really good source of clay.
What sort of people were coming and buying pots? I mean, why do they need so many of them?
Well, we know that if you excavate a Roman fort or a Roman settlement, what you find is a heck of a lot of pottery. It seems to have been considered relatively disposable, so the cooking pots and things would have cracked after a certain amount of use, and they would chuck them out and they'd go and get another one. We don't know how much it was, but it must have been relatively cheap.
How did these sort of new mass-produced pots change the lives of people once the Romans arrived?
You start to see pottery industries growing up very quickly, and you start to see those pottery industries expanding outwards. Interestingly, towards the end of Roman rule, once the Romans abandoned Britain, probably within 50 years of the end of Roman rule, potter's wheels almost completely disappeared again.
How many could they churn out a day?
Well, I mean, a jar like this, it would be pretty easy for a potter to be knocking out 100 a day, something like that.
100 a day?
Yeah. And there you go. There's your pot. And as you can see at this stage, it's quite soft. So.
You made this look easy.
It is easy after the first 10,000.
By the 2nd century AD, a domestic industry had grown that could compete with the continent. Kitchenware made in Dorset has been found at the Empire's northern border in Germany. Graham makes pottery look easy, so I'd like to try my hand at this ancient Roman craft.
So get that lump of clay and stick it in the middle of the wheel first.
Oh,
grab
clay
that.
first, yeah.
Whop that.
Whop it?
Yeah, give
Technical
it a
term?
Yeah, technical term. That should do it. Don't let that stick get too deep, because there are trip hazards down there.
Okay.
And then you put the stick down,
Yeah.
water onto the clay, a scoop of water. Pass me that stick. I'm going to give you the master's high-speed spin here.
Fine,
So hands out the way.
Yep.
And I mean seriously keep the hands out the way, because people sometimes try and reach for the clay while I'm doing this, which is unwise.
That would be a broken wrist.
Yeah, that
right
could be.
now. What's
Right,
now?
there we go. And you've got speed. Squeeze that clay as if you're trying to force the whole thing into the middle. Wrap your thumbs over the top so as you stop the top going too far away. Right. Squeezing it in the middle. More water on it maybe. A little bit more water on your hands. Get your hands really wet. Soak it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Now you can start to put a hole down the middle of that maybe. Yeah. Down you go. So sort of bore down as if you're heading for the wheel head.
Yeah.
So that's it. That's good. Excellent.
Okay.
Okay, now once you think you're far enough down, left hand still inside, right hand on the outside, pressing against one another.
Yeah.
So they're pressing together and start to draw the clay upwards. Hey! You've made a start.
I've made a start, and I've even arguably made a pot.
You have made a pot?
Just not a great pot. I mean, it's sturdy.
So far, Way has crossed 60 miles from Silchester across the North Wessex Downs. Next, it follows the route of the modern A419 to the market town of Cirencester, at its height the second largest town in Roman Britain, known as Corinium Dubanorum. Standing at the junction with another major Roman road, Fosse Way, the town saw a lucrative trade in wool and metalwork and used resources from across the country. It became a thriving economic hub.
The Romans invaded Britain, at least in part, because of its valuable mineral resources, but just as important was its fertile agricultural land. And it wasn't long before
for Britain was known as the breadbasket of the Northern Empire. 17 miles from Cirencester, Ermine Way is referred to as Ermine Street, but it has nothing to do with that great road north from London to York. Close by stand the ruins of Great Whitcomb Villa. One of the largest Roman houses in Britain, it's part of a cluster of very wealthy villas in the highly fertile Cotswold area. The great Roman historian Tacitus, describing the conquest of Britain by his father-in-law Agricola, described Britain's soils, and he wrote they are productive of crops, except for olives, grapes and other natives of warmer climes, and rich in cattle. Crops are slow to ripen but quick to grow, both facts due to one and the same cause, the abundant nature of the land and sky. I'm meeting Susan Greeny, one of the historians involved in looking after Great Whitcomb Villa. I'm particularly interested in Roman Britain's agricultural past. So tell me what we're looking at here.
So this is the remains of Great Whitcomb Roman Villa, and it was built around the end of the 2nd century AD, and it's one of the largest villas here in the Cotswolds, so it's the home of a really rich and wealthy and well-connected family.
How important was the road network to getting this kind of agricultural wealth?
We're about a mile away from Ermine Street here. It's not that far, you could walk to it very quickly. And that's the main road between Gloucester and Cirencester. And so for the people to go to work, if they've got administrative roles, if they're playing a part in Roman government, that's where they would need to go to work, in effect. But it's also where the markets were. So Gloucester and Cirencester both had big markets. They could take their produce that was grown here on the estate and take it very quickly to market. So the road system is really key to where this villa is situated.
And would this have been a sort of one of those luxurious palatial villas, or is it something more functional?
Basically, yes, it was a very high-class building. It had painted wall plaster, bathhouse, underfloor heating, lovely dining rooms. It was like a stately home, in effect. But it was also the centre of industry. So villas were not just homes for a family, but they were also the centre of an estate. And they were places where people would live as slaves and as freemen working on the land. There's industry happening here. There's a big centre of agriculture here. So it's a working place as well as a retreat.
What evidence has been found here to show that it had this agricultural function?
One part of the villa near the kitchens is where there's a large barn structure, so that we know people were storing grain, probably spelt, and other products from the surrounding landscape. And we also know that there are many other buildings that form part of this complex down in the river valley, probably more barns, byres for animals, working platforms where people had industry. So there's a whole complex of activity happening here. And the barn and the other buildings tell us that these people were producing much more than they needed just for their own family. They were producing to export as well.
What's so good about this particular bit of landscape? What makes it so suitable for farming?
Well, you might be able to hear there's a spring running behind us. We have fresh water here, which is a brilliant thing that you need for any home. You're also in this beautiful secluded valley on the edge of the Cotswold Scarp, so we can see right down across what is now pasture, and that would probably have been pasture for cattle and for sheep in the Roman period as well. And then down in the valley you've just got incredibly fertile valley system where you've got lots and lots of nutrient-rich fields where perfect for growing the wheat and the grain that was needed.
Grain was the fuel that kept the empire running. Spelt, barley and emmer wheat for bread had all been grown here before the Romans arrived, but never on such a grand scale, and the demand was high for these crops. It's estimated that at the peak of the Roman occupation, the soldiers in Britain alone were consuming 33.5 tons of grain each day. So Britain had this reputation of being the breadbasket of the northern part of the empire. Was a lot of the produce from here going abroad, or did it stay for the domestic market?
Some of it would just have been for the family and their hangers-on here, as it were, but a large proportion of it would have been taken down to the markets, down Ermine Way, to Cirencester and to Gloucester, where there would have been markets to trade the produce. And there people would have purchased it for use in those towns, but also it would have been taken by the Roman army and by Roman administration off and perhaps exported to other parts of the empire.
So did the broader Roman road network across, the whole of southern Britain help that trade, of
grain and agricultural produce going out and money coming in.
Yeah, exactly. And at that time, they're also using a new type of wheat, spelt wheat, which is particularly hardy, but also can be grown twice a year. You can harvest it twice a year. So the amount you can produce is doubled, in effect. So people are producing far more than they need to actually consume here in Britain.
After the Romans left at the beginning of the 5th century AD, did other people move in here, or did it sort of fall into rack and ruin?
There's some evidence from late on in the 4th century that they're demolishing parts of the buildings, they're reorganising how the villa works, they're building things like industrial corn dryers inside buildings which otherwise would have been kind of living spaces. And really after probably the mid-5th century, there doesn't seem to be any occupation here. People are not living on this site any longer.
Great Whitcomb Villa is one of more than 450 Roman villas uncovered all across Britain, south of Hadrian's Wall. It shows that Roman agricultural expertise reshaped the British landscape and industrialised farming for the good of the empire, and generated enough income for the occupiers to live in style. I'm travelling the route of Ermine Way, the Roman equivalent of the M4. It starts at the historic remains of Silchester and crosses the North Wessex Downs into Gloucestershire. The journey has shown me how the Romans used their roads to bring industry to Britain and export our resources back to the larger empire. Those mineral and agricultural resources generated a vast amount of income for the occupying Romans. In turn, they needed things to spend that money on. There were crafts that existed before the Romans arrived that the native Britons excelled at and the Romans wanted to buy. Not far from Ermine Way, I've come to Tetbury in Gloucestershire to meet Tim Blades, an expert in Roman-era metalworking.
What are you up to?
I'm making a copy of this Roman brooch.
This is a Roman brooch?
This is a bronze Roman brooch, and I've made a mould of it, and I'm going to cast a pewter one.
How do you go about doing it?
Well, it's a very simple process, really. You have this fine, oily sand, and you press the pattern into it, both sides. Open the mould, take the pattern out, put the mould back together, melt pewter and pour it in.
How important was metalworking in Roman Britain?
Well, they think possibly that was one of the reasons they came over here, because they mined copper and lead and silver in Wales, tin from Cornwall. Tin is a crucial ingredient in bronze.
Which metal are you going to work today?
This is pewter, this is mostly tin. It has a few little bits of other metals in it, but it's pretty much what you would dig out of the ground in Cornwall.
So this was the sort of metal that would be mined in Roman Britain?
Yes.
How do you turn that into that?
Well, I will put this into this cast iron ladle, heat it up.
So now you're burning propane here. What sort of temperature does this burn at?
This goes up to over 1,000 centigrade, but the metal will melt and be usable at about 375.
So in Roman times, what were they using? Charcoal?
Charcoal, yes. Little charcoal burners.
How do we know so much about Roman metalwork?
Well, they dig it up all over the place. Things got lost. You know, your house burns down and bits drop into the ashes and aren't found. So you can see it's molten now.
Wow, so it looks just like soup. You wouldn't want to drink it, obviously.
You wouldn't want to drink it, no.
Moment of truth. Let's see. Gone.
That's it.
Now how long does it take to cool?
I can see in there that the top of it is just setting now.
So this is pretty quick manufacturing if you know what you're doing.
Making the mould is what takes the time. Actually pouring the metal is quite quick.
The Romans didn't have buttons or zips, so brooches had a simple but important function to hold clothing together. But they also served as a decoration. The more elaborate the brooch, the more affluent the wearer.
Does it always work?
Mostly.
Wow. There we have it. So this is still a bit hot to handle.
This is still a bit hot to handle, yes. I don't want to burn my hand. So
there we go.
You can see, not very hot.
No, there was no steam or anything like that coming off there, was there?
Rub the sand off it.
How amazing. God, look at the intricacy.
It picks up all the detail.
When you see a really good piece of Roman jewellery, I mean, do you sort of get this appreciation for the hand that made it?
Yes, they're beautiful. They did lovely work.
So this was actually, a very necessary part of society in Roman Britain.
I think they'd have been fairly high status people. It was quite a skill, and it's the sort of thing you would want to pass on. They would have had apprentices and taught them how to do the finer points of it. Okay, there we are. Yours to keep.
Really?
Yes.
My very own Roman brooch. It's just beautiful. I think, just looking at this and the really fine detail in it makes you understand why the Romans wanted to come to Britain, if this was the sort of thing that was easily produced here. But also just tells you so much about the real craftsmanship of the age, how sophisticated these people were.
They were very skilled. They were as skilled as we are. They just didn't have the technology to do the more advanced things.
No blowtorches. That's the only difference. Wow.
Native British metalworking was a truly valuable skill. You can see why the Romans were so keen to have Britain in their empire. My next stop along Ermine Way is at a former Roman fortress.
Gloucester, or Glevum, was established near a major crossing of the River Severn and another important Roman road, Fosse Way. It developed into the sort of town known as a Colonia, where army veterans were given parcels of land as a retirement present. And it's the perfect place to explore the Romans' extensive limestone quarrying in Britain.
To find out more about that quarrying tradition, I've come to a location that may at first seem unlikely, the city's Kingsway shopping centre. Archaeologist Andrew Armstrong has promised to show me a treasure trove of Roman history.
Intrigued to see what's down here?
Absolutely.
Just a few metres under the feet of the shoppers above lie the remains of something truly remarkable, a part of Gloucester that's around 1700 years old.
Wow.
Pretty something, isn't it? They're standing about 9 foot high over at the far end.
It's amazing. Andy, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the remains of the Roman city walls of Gloucester.
Where did they get the stone to build the walls?
Gloucester's built on gravel and clay, so there's no natural stone in the surrounding area, which is a bit of a problem if you're trying to found a Roman city. But the really large blocks here, hopefully you can see some of these really massive blocks, are made from oolitic limestone from the Cotswolds. And the nearest source of that is somewhere like Painswick, which is about 8 kilometres away.
And how would they have transported blocks like this?
One assumes they're simply putting a stone on a cart and bringing it to Gloucester and then repeating the process.
So was the Roman road potentially quite important in being able to build walls like this?
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. The quarry at Painswick is fairly near the Roman road, so one assumes they're using it very much.
Was quarrying a big industry in Roman Britain?
When you think what the early Roman cities are doing in this part of the world, they are building temples, forum basilicas, big public buildings in which people cast their votes and assemble for tax assessment. They're building city walls, they're building townhouses, they're building villas. You need stone, stone, stone for that. So in areas around Bath and around Cirencester, around Gloucester, it must have been a massive industry.
How did the development of Gloucester as a settlement affect the route of Ermine Way?
So the original line of Ermine Way runs straight up to the original fortress in Gloucester, which is not in the city centre at all. It's further north at a place called Kingsholm. Later on, about a decade after that fortress was built, the Romans created a new fortress, a larger fortress in Gloucester itself, and then they redirect Ermine Way towards Gloucester. And what that's left is effectively a triangle of Roman roads, which still survive today in the street layout of the city.
As we know, the Romans survived the crisis of the 3rd century, but by the 5th century, they'd abandoned Britain militarily. Did the walls survive?
The walls were still standing and used defensively in Gloucester in the English Civil War in 1643.
It's amazing, that's more than 1,000 years.
So yeah, they were still standing, they were still being shot at with cannon by royalist cannon at that time, and they held up very well. Romans are brilliant, aren't they? I mean, this is the most wonderfully made structure. It's massive stonework, gives it great stability, and it's just endured excellently.
The walls served a defensive function long after the Romans left, but 4 centuries of building on top of the remains since the English Civil War means they're now buried under modern Gloucester.
Well, those city walls are pretty amazing. And clearly, with its limestone deposits, its iron and its lead, Britain was bountiful territory for raw materials.
While Gloucester marks the end of Ermine Way, the Romans hadn't reached the end of the road in Britain. The city is their launching pad for a whole further network that stretches west into the territory we now know as Wales. As well as the mineral riches in the Welsh mountains, the forests were a valuable resource too. Timber was fundamental to the Roman occupation, and vast amounts were needed for building and as fuel for heating and cooking. It's estimated at least 1,400 acres of trees in the Forest of Dean were cut down. Other than the timber, the local land has also been known for its exceptional grazing potential, even in Roman times. And the wool from sheep and the cloth woven from it was highly valued across the empire. Much of it went to make the most iconic piece of clothing for high-status Romans, the toga.
Hi, Ursula.
Hello.
How you doing?
Dr. Ursula Roth is an expert in Roman dress.
Why would a Roman have worn this? What's the thinking? Is this just what you wear every day?
This is what you wear every day. The toga that we're going to have a look at in a minute is basically a cloak that goes over the tunic. The tunic itself is the basic garment that everyone would have worn. Everyone would have worn a tunic with a toga over the top or without, or with another cloak.
What did they wear underneath?
It's not sort of the kind of thing that people talk about a huge amount in Roman sources, but we do think that probably they didn't wear underwear, although we do have a reference to underwear in the Vindolanda tablets.
Well, fortunately for us all, I am wearing underpants. What else do I need?
Well, you need a belt. Romans always wore a belt with their tunic.
Really?
And yes.
Why?
And a tunic without a belt was a bit too sort of loose and sort of a bit too relaxed.
Why did Romans wear togas?
Well, the toga, as you'll see in a minute, not all Romans did wear a toga, but toga is a very distinctive garment. It's semicircular in shape,
right.
Which sets it apart from pretty much all the other cloaks of antiquity. It was a symbol of Roman identity and Roman culture, and we have reason to believe that only full Roman citizens, people who had Roman citizenship, that legal status, were allowed to wear it.
Right, so I couldn't, if I'm just a sort of pleb that's sort of snuck in from Germania or from the north of Britannia or whatever, I couldn't just put a toga on. That would be a bad thing.
That would be a bad thing. That would amount almost to fraud, because it was almost like a wearable passport, yeah.
Is this how a normal toga went on? There
yes.
Zips or buttons or...
No, it was a draped garment, which is why it was hard to wear. It's not easy to walk in and gesticulate in properly, and this is part of the grace and the importance of the toga, that you had to sort of behave in a certain restrained and controlled way in order for it not to fall off, essentially.
I see.
And so that's sort of tied up with how Roman, especially elite men, were expected to be. As you can see, it's sort of 3 lengths of a man's body, so it's quite a large garment. Of course, originally this would have been made out of wool.
Wool?
Yes.
That's got to be hot.
Yes.
Why would they wear such a hot garment?
Why do men wear suits and ties these days? Do they really enjoy it? Yes.
Fair point.
It's a status thing, and obviously you can't wear this and plough a field or work in a workshop, so this is a status thing as well.
And do we see togas in Roman Britain?
British people started to take on Roman culture, and their young Roman men started to wear the toga, and you could see the toga everywhere.
So in Britain, this would have looked kind of unusual, because only some men would have been wearing it.
It would have been a sign that you were either a Roman official or that you were someone who had Roman citizenship. It was all about showing your rank in your clothes in the Roman world. If you were an equestrian, you would have had a thin stripe. If you were a senator, you would have had a thick stripe. You were what you wore. It was all about showing who you are through your dress, yeah.
So Roman men were quite bitchy about what each other wore then?
We have a story where Cicero, having heard that Caesar had defeated Pompey in the Civil War, apparently his first words were, "I can't believe that Pompey was beaten by someone who couldn't even tie his tunic properly."
Wow. The prejudices you uncover.
I know.
Well, I think I look either like a ghost or like a very, very noble Roman. So thank you.
You're very welcome.
I've been travelling the route of Ermine Way, one of the most industrialised roads in Roman Britain. I've travelled 75 miles to Gloucester, and it's here that Ermine Way ends. But spreading out beyond the city are many more Roman roads that made it possible to exploit Britain's mineral wealth. Travelling into the Forest of Dean takes me to a stretch now known as Blackpool Bridge Road. It reveals just how long the Roman road network here has endured.
Today this is a pretty nondescript bit of country road that runs under a railway bridge, but if you stop and look by the side of it, what you can actually see is an amazing 85-foot stretch of Roman road. It's really hard to see, and you could drive past very easily without knowing it's here, because we're in the middle of the Forest of Dean, and as you can see, it's grown over. But if you pull it back a little bit, you can see these amazing Roman paving slabs. These were laid down nearly 2,000 years ago to connect the mines that are all over this area to local towns like Gloucester, and ultimately it was built to help the Romans extract that amazing mineral wealth, which was one of the big reasons they'd come to Britain in the first place.
In Wales there was gold, in Cornwall tin. Yorkshire and Shropshire held abundant lead deposits.
It's long been argued that the main reason the Romans invaded Britain was to access its exceptional mineral wealth, gold and silver, lead, tin and iron. And the reason they knew about all this was because they'd been trading with Iron Age miners in places like here, the Forest of Dean, for centuries. And one thing's for sure, as soon as the Romans did arrive, they set to extracting as much as they possibly could.
A little deeper into the Forest of Dean, right on the Welsh border, there's another example of how the Romans used local knowledge to access raw materials. They needed iron ore to use in their weapons and buildings, and to keep their horses on the move. At Clearwell Caves near Monmouth, very close to the Roman road network, the native Britons had been mining iron for 2,000 years before the Romans arrived. Jonathan Wright has agreed to show me the remains of their old workings.
How important was the Roman road to these mines?
The road runs just in front of the mine, and Roman coins have been found by workmen during the 19th century. So we know that the Romans had used that road, and that would have been the way they transported the iron away from the site.
So this must have been quite a lucrative industry, the iron industry, even before the Romans came along.
The ancient Britons were actually mining before the Romans invaded this particular area, but they took it over and upscaled it quite dramatically because of the needs of their empire.
Was the existence of mines like this one of the reasons that the Romans invaded in the first place?
They were after the minerals throughout Britain, really, but this area was particularly rich in iron, and that was why they decided to move into this area.
Iron was the automatic choice for use in weaponry, armour, vehicle fittings and spindles in millstones. Great amounts of it were needed for the Roman war machine. Britain was the perfect place to fill the need.
What were some of the techniques that they used to get the iron out of it?
You do see pickaxe marks all over the rock wherever you look, and you see them up over there.
Oh yeah, I can.
You can see the scratches. The brush ore, which they would have wanted most of all, was very rich and very easy to break up, and you would have just hit it with things and it would have broken into small pieces.
With no explosives available, the technique they used involved building a fire against a hard rock face, then quenching the hot rock with water so that the thermal shock cracked the rock and allowed the minerals to be extracted.
What would the Romans have wanted this iron for?
Horseshoes, that's a really important one. Nails was also what they really wanted it for. But they also wanted to make armaments, and so it was used for spearheads.
So this area was really the powerhouse of iron production in Roman Britain?
This was an important place. When the Romans first came into Britain, I understand that they worked the Weald first because that's near the channel. But very quickly they transferred up to the Forest of Dean because the iron was so easily accessible.
The Roman author and historian Pliny the Elder wrote about conditions in Roman mines. He said, "Mountains are excavated by the light of torches, the duration of which forms the set times for work, the workmen never seeing the light of day for many months together. Not unfrequently, clefts are formed on a sudden, the earth sinks in and the workmen are crushed beneath.
so that it would really appear less rash to go in search of pearls and purples at the bottom of the sea. So much more dangerous to ourselves have we made the earth than the water. Ermine Way has brought me 75 miles from the thriving Roman town of Silchester, across the fertile lands of the Cotswolds, and into the woods and caves close by the border with Wales. Travelling along Ermine Way, I've learned that Roman Britain was a hugely industrious and productive place. It had road networks that stretched off into Europe, agriculture that supplied Roman troops as far away as Germany, and complex cities where cottage industries abounded. But when the Romans left, almost all of that disappeared, not to re-emerge until centuries later. That era used to be known as the Dark Ages, and with few written records from the time, we don't know why the native Britons forgot Roman production techniques so quickly. What we do know is that 2,000 years ago, the Romans didn't just come to conquer Britain, they led us into an industrial revolution, the Roman way. Today we take for granted the motorways, A-roads and city streets, over 2,000 miles of them that form the skeleton road map of Britain. And all because of the Romans, with their ingenuity and dogged determination to conquer everything in their path. I'm Dan Jones, and I'm going to retrace the story of our Roman past along 6 of their most iconic roads. Each road tells a story of our Roman legacy and its rich history. From their very first road across Kent, which powered their invasion, to the vital routes which helped them conquer most of Britain, before being beaten into retreat by the Scots. In nearly 400 years of occupation, the Romans changed Britain forever by bringing their armies, ideas, buildings, and religion. But the Romans couldn't have done any of it without one thing: their roads. Each Roman road tells a different story, and this one is about the end of Roman occupation in Britain. This time I'm on Stane Street, which runs from London all the way down to the south coast. This is a road that'll take me from the dizzy heights of wealth in Roman Britain to the depths of its last days. The Roman Empire stretched across Europe, and they defended it fiercely at every corner. But by the 4th century, they had mounting problems. They'd occupied our land for more than 300 years, but they were being increasingly attacked by forces within Britain. While on the continent, northern European tribes were threatening the Rhine border. The Roman Empire saw that area as a priority for defence, and to reinforce it they withdrew troops from our land. In the end, the very roads they'd built to help them rule Britain now became their escape routes. I want to explore what happened when the Romans evacuated Britain, leaving it to be overrun by Anglo-Saxon tribes from modern Germany and Denmark. I'm hoping that a trip along Stane Street will give me an insight into the Romans' legacy in Britain. Stane Street runs 67 miles from London to Chichester. The route is closely followed by our modern roads like the A3 and A24. This short, straight road from capital city to coast passes through lands that we would now recognise as the home counties of Surrey and Sussex. At one point they were the wealthiest and most Romanised areas in Britain, and now some of our most idyllic countryside. It's all a far cry from the transport hub at the top of this road.
Stane Street begins in a city that was founded by the Romans as Londinium, and which is Roman Britain's greatest legacy. It was a centrepiece of communication, and it helped shape the face of modern Britain. This is the Boudican, so named after the Roman fort that stood here.
London's fort was the home of the official guard of the Governor of Britain, and would have housed around 1,000 men in a series of barrack blocks. It was built of Kentish ragstone, brought by boat along the Medway and Thames, and included bands of red tiles. But by the 4th century, this fort was under increasing threat. Britain's Roman rulers were struggling to defend themselves against internal rebellion and from constant incursions by barbarian tribes.
In 367 AD, Roman Britain fell victim to an event known as the Great Conspiracy. Bands of Scots and Picts and Saxons overran Hadrian's wall and attacked positions on the east coast. Now, a general known as Theodosius was sent from the continent to deal with the problem, and it's telling that he came right here to Londinium. He probably did that because there was a very strong fort that he could use as a military base, and you can still see the remains of the northwestern walls of that fort right here.
With roads pointing in every direction from London, this fort was the key to securing the rest of the country. And in 367 AD, the Romans did just that.
The Romans continued to fortify London's walls right up until the end of the 4th century. In fact, these were some of the last building projects undertaken before they abandoned Britain entirely at the beginning of the 5th century. So in a sense, you can think of these walls as the Romans' architectural swan song.
The Romans may have quashed the Great Conspiracy of 367 AD, but the next 50 years witnessed chaos across Europe as barbarian tribes like the Visigoths and Vandals rebelled against the empire. Because of its strategic location on the River Thames, the Romans protected London. By river and road, it was their escape route back to mainland Europe.
Using the quickest means of communication, it was actually possible to get a message from here in London all the way to the city of Rome in just 9 days. Now, towards the end of the Roman Empire, when Britain was increasingly under attack, it became really important to get messages to the continent as quickly as possible.
With its straight route to the south coast, Stane Street was a vital link in that communication network. But where did it start? There's evidence near St Magnus the Martyr Church on the north side of London Bridge.
If you're looking around London for signs of where Stane Street started, you won't have that much luck. But this piece of timber might just be a clue. This was found in the 1930s during excavations around the Thames, but it actually dates back to the 1st century AD, to the time just after the Romans had arrived in Britain. Now, it was probably from a wharf, from a structure at the side of the river, and actually where we're standing now, we're quite a long way back from the boundary of the modern Thames, and that really tells you just how much wider the River Thames was in Roman times. Now, as well as the river having changed shape over the years, London Bridge has moved around as well. The modern bridge is about 50 yards down in that direction, but it's quite probable that the old Roman bridge, the wooden structure, started somewhere around here, as did Stane Street. If I want to continue my journey along it, I've got to use what we now know as London Bridge.
The original Roman bridge was probably a military-style pontoon bridge, and it was a vital link on the direct overland route from East Anglia to Britain's southern ports.
People have been crossing the Thames using fords and causeways for thousands of years, but it was the Romans who were the first to have the technology to actually build a bridge to allow uninterrupted movement of people, animals and carts across the river.
By the 2nd century AD, Londinium was a thriving city with a population of around 60,000. A good many of them would have been crossing the bridge and using Stane Street. Evidence for that huge thoroughfare in Roman times is still being unearthed today. I've come to meet mudlarkers, Ed and Monica.
How you doing? You all right? How you doing? So this is mudlarking. What's it all about?
So mudlarking is basically picking up London's history. So it's the tidal range of the Thames is 6 to 7 metres, and every time it comes up and goes down, it brings up more objects. And for us, it's salvaging, finding London's treasures that would be washed away and lost forever.
Now, I arrived and you just found a piece of Roman greyware.
Yep. It's a bit of cooking vessel. It's a tiny little shard, doesn't show much, but we know it's Roman.
How do you know it's Roman?
It's very, very thin. It's grey all the way through.
The profile?
Profile as well, the shape of it, if you look at the side of the pot. That's probably a small dish, serving dish.
How do you think this ended up here?
Basically, some Roman kitchen maid probably dropped it.
Broke it.
That's it. in the trash. Then another person comes and dumps it in the rubbish pile, which unfortunately is a Thames.
So should we see what we can find?
Yeah, good idea. Let's go.
So here you've got a lot of demolition rubble from all ages. As you can see, there's a lot of flints, there's tiles. Oh, this is interesting. So this is a little bit of Roman tegular roof tile.
How do you know that's Roman and that's not?
You can tell two ways, by the texture, by the profile. So this is the flange of a tegular tile, which would have been used on one of the Roman buildings in Londinium.
Yeah.
It's got the notch at the back, so this would have formed the bottom part of the tile and would have sat on a Roman roof in Londinium. Medieval tiles tend to be a lot thinner, and again the fabric is different. So that is Roman, and it's still in situ from when it was dumped in the Thames. So that's history in the making.
That's amazing, just there amongst all of this. You've got the eye for it. It's very impressive. There we go, we found something.
We have.
Mudlarkers like Ed and Monica have found thousands of objects on the Thames. Many of them tell us a lot more about Roman life near Stane Street than a simple roof tile can. So this is an amazing array of stuff that you found on previous visits to the Thames. Tell me about some of it.
Ceramics are very common on the Thames and obviously get washed in, got thrown in Roman times. This is a flagon neck, and as you can see, it's still got the neck and the handle, and is astounding that it's survived in the river for nearly 1,800 years.
So how big do you think the original vessel would have been?
The original vessel would have stood roughly about that high. So as you can see, the profile is pretty good.
And do we know what it would have contained?
Probably wine. So again, the Romans, as we know, were great drinkers, and obviously would have been a vessel that would have been used throughout Londinium.
And what is this? Is this a little lamp or is it a little tiny teapot?
It's a little Roman oil lamp. It's probably 1st century. The style of it is particularly small, so it's an early copy of the Roman ones. It was made in London itself, probably by an Anglo-Roman factory. It's absolutely beautiful, practically complete. It would hold enough oil to basically burn for 2 to 3 hours. So that would just, you'd have your little servant going around lighting them all in the evening, and it would take you through to bedtime.
When London was abandoned by the Romans in the 5th century, the skills and the money to maintain the bridge were lost. It fell into disrepair and collapsed. The techniques to rebuild it didn't re-emerge for at least another 400 to 500 years. The bridge seems to have been rebuilt by the year 984 AD. Beyond London Bridge, Stane Street heads due south, passing Borough Market and Elephant and Castle towards Clapham.
I'm now about 2 miles from London Bridge in South London, and this is an absolutely classic example of how the Roman road network is still with us, just buried beneath modern roads and modern architecture. This is Clapham Road, the modern A3. And as you can see, it's wide, it's level, it's absolutely arrow straight. And we've got the Romans to thank for this, because this is Stane Street, and about 60 miles in that direction is the city of Chichester. That's where I'm going.
I'm travelling the length of Stane Street, the Roman road from London to Chichester, to find out what happened when the Romans abandoned Britain and the legacy they left behind. 25 miles south of the capital, the road follows the route of what is now the A3 and A24. The journey brings me close to the Surrey Hills and the town of Dorking. The Romans may be long gone, but today Box Hill is still inhabited by examples of the wildlife they brought here. The largest land snails in Britain were introduced by the Romans who wanted to eat them. Their shells thrive off the calcium in the chalk around this area, and they're a protected species in England. And snails weren't the only delicacy the Romans brought. One of the goods the Romans imported to Britain in massive quantities was wine. And here today, just off Stane Street in the Surrey Hills, is somewhere where the legacy of Roman drinking habits still lives on. This landscape, near where Stane Street crosses the River Mole, has been sculpted by the tradition of Roman viticulture, something we've all become rather fond of in the last 2,000 years. I'm meeting wine expert Paula Locke to find out more.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Nice to see you. So, Paula, the Romans were very famous for drinking wine. Did everyone drink wine, or was it just for posh people?
Everyone drank wine, so from emperor to slave, and even the Roman soldiers had wine as a ration. Wine was really the drink that all of the Romans drank, mainly because the water wasn't always very good, so wine was a lot safer.
So the alcohol helped to purify the water?
Exactly.
While most wine was imported from the continent, there's evidence the Romans produced it in our relatively chilly climate. They had a vineyard as far north as Northampton. Grapes were pressed and the juice boiled or baked to preserve it. As a sweetener, the Romans added honey and sometimes lead.
Well, all this talk of wine is making me thirsty, and we've got several bottles in front of us. What have we got all together?
Okay, this one is called Conditum, and this is a spice wine.
And so, was that saffron?
Yeah, you got some saffron, some black pepper.
So I thought that might be sort of dirt, but actually, it's pepper.
Yeah, and it also had infused with a bay leaf and a date stone.
And was that a typical Roman recipe?
Yes, I mean, all of these were fairly typical that I've done for you today.
Can I try some?
Please do.
Oh, that's really sweet. Really sweet.
Mm.
Woo. Quite lemony.
Quite tasty though, isn't it?
It is tasty, yeah, but you would have typically watered this down, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And were there particularly popular spice combinations in Conditum?
Well, what I've done here is the classic, that we do actually have original recipes for that. And this particular drink was so popular, there was even a traveller's version. So if you were particularly picky about your mixture, you could mix up the spice element and the honey and take it along with you. And as you stopped off at an inn, you could just pour in your own spices.
Love it.
Winemaking goes back thousands of years, but it was the ancient Greeks who refined the art. As Rome expanded and took over Greek settlements in southern Italy in the 3rd century BC, they adopted their winemaking traditions, as well as Dionysus, the god of wine, who the Romans called Bacchus.
OK, so what about this one, Rosata?
Well, amazingly enough, it's roses. So basically, you go and collect loads of rose petals from your garden and then sew them up into a linen bag and then infuse it into the white wine.
And my daughters make perfume by doing that, so similar principle, did they just like the flavour of roses?
Yes, yeah.
OK, well, let's see. Is that... looks like a rose petal floating in it. Wow, it smells really perfumed.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's very nice, but it's like drinking liquid roses. Very sweet again.
Wine was a precious commodity and needed careful transport and storage. Both the Romans and the Greeks used large ceramic jars called amphorae to hold their wine. Each holds the equivalent of around 35 bottles.
And finally, what do we have?
So this is the passum. I'm not going to tell you what that's called in English, to see if you can work it out.
OK. It smells almost like apples or pears.
Getting close.
Whoa, that's really sweet as well. What is it?
It's actually raisin wine.
Raisin wine?
Yeah. So it's semi-dried grapes they used, and then immerse into the wine, and they pulp up, and then actually you swizz the wine about, and the raisin juice goes into the wine.
So what are the main differences between wine in Roman times and wine today?
Basically, because the Romans watered down their wine, so it was 1 part wine to 3 parts water, and it was always diluted. Otherwise, it was considered uncivilised to drink it neat.
What did the Romans think about getting drunk?
Well, it was a definite no-no. The elite were very snooty about drunkenness, although it seems they probably did also overindulge sometimes. Bars, in Pompeii, for example, there's over 150 bars just in that small city. and they were always described as being quite riotous and drunkenness, brawls, that kind of thing. Women were supposedly not meant to drink either, or at least definitely not in excess, although they obviously did because wine was the drink. So it was the usual standards, really, you know, men okay, women no, not allowed to.
Sort of timeless, hypocritical attitudes towards drinking going on in Roman times.
Nothing changes, does it? Yeah. So.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Winemaking in Britain continued after the Romans departed, at least into the time of the Normans. More than 40 vineyards in England are mentioned in the Domesday Book of 1086. And so it's back on the Roman roads south.
This is the A29, or as it's known locally, Stane Street. Now, in the fields around here, there was once an old posting station known as Alfoldian, where travellers could change horses and rest before heading on down another 14 miles to another posting station known as Hardham. And that's where I'm headed now.
The major roads in Roman Britain had stopping places at regular intervals, usually every 20 miles. These were often small garrisons called way forts. But if there were no soldiers in town, civilian buildings called posting stations served a similar purpose, a means of carrying messages quickly across the empire. My next stopping point on Stane Street is the spot where it crosses the River Arun in West Sussex.
This village of Hardham was once the last staging post on Stane Street before you got to Chichester. So any messengers bringing urgent news down from London would have had to stop here. Now today, there's nothing left in the way of Roman buildings, but inside this little medieval church dedicated to St. Botolph, there are a few tantalising glimpses that remain into the Roman world.
This ancient church contains some of the oldest wall paintings in Britain.
It's like a medieval art gallery.
The Reverend Peter Mallinson is vicar here.
Hi Peter, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
So Peter, this is a lovely church, but it's not Roman, is it?
No, it's Saxon, two-cell Saxon church, round about 1030 to 1050 built.
What's its Roman connection?
Round here there was a way fort on Stane Street, which was destroyed round about that time, and this is actually built out of the rubble from the way fort.
After the Romans left, their structures fell into disuse. It was common for the locals to cannibalise the stone. Masonry from the mighty Hadrian's wall was used to build Hexham Abbey in Northumberland. Apart from showing me his church, built of Roman masonry, there's one fresco in particular Peter wants me to see.
There's another Roman connection, isn't there? Because we have St. George on the wall.
We do have St. George on the wall. This was originally St. George's Church, they believe, not St. Botolph's. And he was the patron saint of it. So the pictures here are very much dedicated to the life and work of St. George.
According to some theories, England's patron saint was a member of an elite army unit, the Praetorian Guard, whose members were personal bodyguards for Roman emperors. He was beheaded due to his Christian beliefs and made a martyr.
Here we have not only a building that's made from Roman materials, but on its walls we also have a kind of a recycled Roman built into a medieval saint. Because here he is. Well, I mean, what context do we see him on the frescoes?
We see him fighting with his staff. They call pikes, don't they? Drawn and fighting. And I'm not sure if he's fighting the dragons or fighting the infidel, as was said at that time.
And people still tell that story of St. George, even though they might not know the details of who he was, where he came from. But they have that attachment.
They have that attachment to St. George, which is understandable. Yeah. But I always like the thought that he's probably not an Englishman.
Eventually, Christianity became the official Roman faith. George was canonised by Pope Gelasius I and became England's patron saint in the 1340s.
What do these pictures of St. George tell us? Are they telling us a story?
You have St. George fighting the dragon, then you have St. George being tortured by his torturers, and that one at the far end, you can see the brick arch, that's actually St. George into his tomb. It tells the whole sequence of events of the life of St George.
And so in a way, this building is designed to be read, seen
Exactly the
like
same
a
as stained glass. They're stories you told because you didn't read and write. The priest told the stories from the Bible on a Sunday, but actually the walls of the building tell the story far more eloquently than any priest ever could.
So for all of these generations and centuries of ordinary people who weren't taught to read and write, they'd still know these martyrdom stories and these stories that came from Roman Britain.
Oh yes, because here they are.
The Romans ruled Britain for nearly 400 years, but in the early 5th century they withdrew to defend other parts of their empire, as barbarian tribes ran amok in northern Europe. Britain was soon invaded by the Saxons, who came from territories we now know as northern Germany. My journey along Stane Street has plenty to reveal about the last years of our Roman occupation. I'm well into the last quarter of the journey, at least 60 miles from London and not far from Chichester.
For 3 centuries, the south of Britain, which Stane Street cuts through, was the province's richest and most Romanised region. Here, among the fertile agricultural lands of what's now Sussex, prosperous landowners built luxurious, sprawling villas to show off their wealth.
Just off Stane Street lies Bigner Villa, discovered by a farmer in 1811 when his plough hit a large stone. Opened to the public for the first time in 1814, the site was one of Britain's earliest tourist attractions. It has stayed in the ownership of the same family, the Tuppers, to this day. I'm meeting Dr. Miles Russell, an archaeologist who has examined the findings made at Bigner.
So Miles, where was Stane Street?
So Stane Street's just running in front of us here. It goes down just in front of the downs and then goes up, and sort of this zigzag path up to the top of the chalk.
So this is a pretty good place to put a villa.
Oh, it's absolutely ideal, yes.
And then access, I suppose, to Chichester over there and London over there?
Yeah, exactly, down to the main markets, up to London and the harbours beyond.
Pretty nice spot. Should we go and have a look?
Let's do that.
Bigner Villa has some of the finest mosaics in Britain and the longest continuously exposed one in Europe at 24 metres.
So Miles, we're standing before this amazing mosaic. What was it once part of?
This is part of the north wing of the villa, so this is the main domestic range. This is where we're going to get the dining room, the entertainment space, and also the main sort of business part of the villa. So where everything's going on in the villa, it's in this part of it.
The owners left with the rest of the Romans. It seems their haste may have been the cause of the villa's preservation.
This sort of quality of mosaic is relatively rare survival-wise. We're fortunate that this particular site was discovered in 1811, at a time before there was deep ploughing or intensive agricultural activity across the South Downs. So the preservation here is really thanks to the fact it hadn't been disturbed by ploughing. It also, as far as we can see at the end of the Roman period, was abandoned relatively quickly. So it was forgotten about, and a number of villas were cannibalised, the material ripped out and used for other buildings. It's abandoned and it's laying quiet underneath the turf for thousands of years.
What was this villa once like, and what sort of people built a villa like this? Do we know who built it?
We don't know who built it, but we can say that right at the very end of Roman Britain, around about 340 AD, someone comes here with a vast amount of money and they're spending it in an extremely lavish way.
Where would you get that kind of money in late Roman Britain?
I think whoever's coming here is coming from another part of the empire, because I think when you look at a lot of areas of this part of the world, in Sussex and Hampshire, suddenly there's a huge influx of cash, and we're not really seeing it anywhere else in southern Britain. I think it might actually be possibly from Gaul or from another part of the Western Empire.
What would it have been like for ordinary Britons to see a place like this go up in their midst? I mean, would there have been any benefit for them?
Britons might be working here on the farm as labourers, they might be perhaps participating in some kind of trade here, but they're not living in this house, they're not benefiting from it, they're not really becoming Roman.
Let's talk about the detail of some of these mosaics.
We can see all these geometric designs here, but there are figurative designs elsewhere in the villa.
Yes, there are. And I think the thing is about being a Roman here, it's all about showing off, showing your wealth, but also showing how integrated you are into Roman society. So you're showing scenes from Roman mythology. So we've got a fantastic mosaic over there that shows the scene of Jupiter in the guise of an eagle abducting Ganymede, the shepherd boy, for his own nefarious purposes. And then you've got a series of dancing girls around the outside and an ornamental fountain.
The Romans didn't invent mosaics, they took the idea from the Greeks and expanded on it. The designs are often geometric, but from the 1st century AD they became more sophisticated. They often show religious stories, scenes from myth, and lots of animals, both real and legendary.
When the Romans left Britain, what happened to this villa?
I think the key thing to think about this villa is its big lifespan. The luxury that we can see here is very short-lived. So at 340 AD, these floors are being laid. By 380, it's gone. So it's got a lifespan of about 40 years. I think it's coming at just a point where the economy is starting to collapse, where you've got rebellion, where you've got invasion, and you just don't have the kind of finances to sustain this kind of luxury living. And the countryside is also becoming increasingly an unsafe place to live. You're sort of sitting there, look at me, I'm rich, attack me. Yes. So I think this villa, the roof collapses onto the floor. We've got areas where large roof tiles have come down and gone straight through the floor. It's been abandoned. It hasn't been used. The stonework hasn't been ripped up and cannibalised. So I think it's just abandoned fairly swiftly and forgotten.
Why was this particular part of the province so vulnerable to attacks?
If we talk about the Saxons migrating down through the English Channel, they're a bit like the Vikings in a much later period. It's nighttime attacks, sudden attacks on very wealthy targets, getting loot, getting prisoners and out. So all the coastal villas are burning down. This one's a bit protected because it's the other side of the Downs, but increasingly it's an obvious target and there's no defences here. So this villa is coming into its wealth and status at just the wrong time, at a point where it's becoming very, very dangerous to be a rich person in this part of the territory.
So when this part of the world became vulnerable, where did people typically go?
If you've got ties here, family here, and want to stay, then you need to be somewhere more secure. And that might be inside a town, it might be moving further westwards where you've got less invasion, less sort of rebellion going on. Or you might eventually decide to cross the channel and just go. But you're taking your wealth and status with you. But certainly after the Roman administration breaks down, actually the way of life is improving. Standards of life gets better and life expectancy improves. So ironically, I guess when we think about the end of Roman Britain, life for the Britons improves once Rome has gone.
With the Romans gone, native Britons no longer had to pay tax to the empire, so they were probably able to buy better food, and some historians think this would have added a few years to their life expectancy. Male Britons might have lived to be 44 and women 35. From Bignor, Stane Street climbs the escarpment of the South Downs, continuing as an agger, an ancient Roman embankment across the steep hillside.
Most people think that the Romans' most visible legacy in Britain today is their arrow straight roads, just like this section of Stane Street. But do the Romans deserve all the credit?
I'm meeting Dr. Steve Willis from the University of Kent, who's an expert on the ancient Celts.
Steve, the Romans get all the credit for the roads we see all across Britain even today, but do they deserve it?
They deserve it to a considerable degree. They had an imperial project to roll out their imperial policy across Britain. They needed to get their army where they needed to be fast. They needed to move economic goods around. So many of those roads are straight, but then in the Iron Age, many of these centres existed before the Romans, and they would have followed the natural grain of the land. Now, in many instances, that's what the Romans do too. And a lot of that is formalised in the Roman period.
So is it more the case then that the Romans brought the hard engineering rather than the routes themselves?
They bring hard resources, robust resources for road metalling, surfacing with flagstones, gravel, all these layers that go to make up a road like this.
In the Roman period, we see straight lines all over the landscape. But why did the Romans build so straight?
We've got to remember that the Romans had an imperial policy. They tended to overbuild things. It was part of their mindset, and then they were stuck with it. But it's also about economy, because if you're moving things and people on roads, it's about 20 times more expensive than moving them by water. By the time you've loaded up your cart and you've got your oxen and your horses, you want to make that journey as swiftly as possible, because the profit you'll make will be going down, because you've got to feed your animals, you've got to rest them, you've got to water them, you might have to stay overnight. So the quicker you can make this journey with your heavy resources from A to B, the better it will be. Stane Street, which we're on today, there isn't much in the way of any signs of there being prehistoric or Iron Age activity below, so it seems to be a new road linking Chichester with a new foundation at London and crossing the wild woodlands of Sussex and Surrey.
So typically for the Romans, they seem to have taken what was already there, improved it and Romanised it. In this case, the ancient routes that crisscrossed Britain. This 2-kilometre stretch of Stane Street passes through Eartham Woods, part of the Slindon and Eartham estates. This section is also known as Monarch's Way, as it was part of the route that the future King Charles II used when he fled England for his life after the Battle of Worcester in 1651.
From here you can actually see the spire of Chichester Cathedral. Now in Roman times, Chichester was an important fort and industrial town called Novio Majus Reginorum. And Stane Street makes a beeline straight for it, so I'm going to follow suit.
Novio Majus Reginorum was first established as a winter fort in 43 AD, not long after the initial Roman invasion of Britain. The town first rose to prominence due to its natural harbour, which still exists 2 miles to the southwest, though it was much closer in Roman times.
After a journey of around 60 miles from London Bridge, travellers along Stane Street would eventually arrive in Chichester here on the East Gate.
It's 1800 years since the walls and gates were first built. Today they make up the most intact circuit of Roman town defences in southern England. More than 80% of the original structure has withstood the test of time. The original Roman wall was 2 metres thick and had a deep ditch. It was modified in the Middle Ages and again in the Georgian era. Its sheer size demonstrates not only the wealth of the region, but perhaps also the Romans' anxiety about invasion.
This stone was carved during the 1st century of Roman occupation of Britain, and it harks back to a time when a native British king called Cogidubnus dedicated a temple to the Roman gods Neptune and Minerva. And that's really important because it tells us something crucial about the way the Romans occupied Sussex and the rest of Britain. It wasn't just about violent conquest. Alliances with native rulers like Cogidubnus were just as important. In fact, without those alliances, you could say that none of the settlements that thrived up and down Stane Street would have survived anywhere near as long as they did.
Chichester's amphitheatre and baths suggest a thriving Roman city. But by the 4th century, Roman archaeological finds start to dry up, and there's a reason for this.
By the 360s, Chichester really needed its defensive walls. Roman Britain was under regular attack from bands of Saxons, Picts and Scots. With hindsight, this was the beginning of the end, although it was an end that took a long time to arrive.
My journey along Stane Street has taken me on a truly historic route. From the heart of the capital, I've crossed London Bridge, traversed the agricultural lands farmed by wealthy Romans and Britons, and seen the city walls and east gate of Chichester. But my mission to find out how and why the Romans abandoned our islands isn't over yet. Just a few miles further west of Stane Street on the south coast lies a spectacular fortress.
I'm at one of the last great building projects in Roman Britain. It's not a luxurious palace or a villa, but a defensive fort. Once maybe known as Portus Aderni, today it's Porchester Castle. It was built with the latest military technology, and today it's the best preserved Roman fort north of the Alps.
Portchester Castle was one of the series of coastal defences now known as the Forts of the Saxon Shore, stretching around the south and east coasts. The forts were built over the course of the 3rd century to meet the threat presented by Saxon pirates who were raiding the south coast of Roman Britain. This chain of 9 great defences stretched from present-day Brancaster in Norfolk to Richborough on the Thames estuary, and from Dover in Kent right round to Portchester. This is where I'm meeting historian Paul Pattinson to learn about their fascinating history.
We look around here, and although people will immediately focus on a medieval castle, you don't have to look very far to see Roman walls. There is this sense that we are living on top of Roman Britain, right?
I think that's absolutely right. Most of our major towns and cities, a huge part of our road network, it's all from the Roman period. So you could argue that the topography that we have inherited is Roman in origin.
Why did the Romans choose to put a fortification right here?
I think it's to do with the way that materials are moving in and out of the province to serve the Roman army. So, for instance, they need a lot of grain. Britain is known as a big grain store for the Roman army. They're exporting a lot of minerals that are coming from the West Country, for instance. And so I think all of these shore forts that are built in the 3rd and 4th century are to do with that.
Let's talk about the fabric of the building. How do we know that this was originally Roman?
We know it's Roman from the things that are found here, and it also follows, a conventional pattern for Roman forts being built at that time. But also there are some documentary references from Roman writers in the 4th and 5th centuries that mention several places along the British coast. Portchester could be one of them.
Do we have any idea of how many people were here, what kind of people were here?
From the character of the finds that came from the excavations, it's not purely military. The finds were of a character which suggests that families were here, so there were women and children here. So there are mercantile things going on here. We know they're making things here. They're making things out of antler and bone. They're weaving. There's metalworking going on. So it's more of a little town, really, with a fortification around it, and presumably a garrison.
So we get towards the second half of the 4th century and we see an increase in attacks on Roman Britain from people outside Roman Britain. What was happening?
Well, the Great Conspiracy is a good point to start. 367 AD, there's this massive, apparently collaboration between a number of peoples on the fringes of the Roman Empire. Actually, a lot of them, as far as Britain's concerned, are from its northern and western region. So we've got the Picts, the Caledons, the Scots, including some Irish raiders as well. On 2 occasions we get major Roman generals, Theodosius and then Stilicho, towards the very end of the 4th century, who have to bring armies across here to put things right.
So what was the real moment of crisis for Roman Britain?
It's a mounting crisis. Troops have successively withdrawn to try and save the rest of the Western Roman Empire. And the crunch actually comes in 406, when a number of tribes from across the Rhine, when the Rhine freezes over in a particularly severe winter, sweep into Gaul and they overrun Gaul. And from that moment on, Britain is effectively cut off from communications with the rest of the empire. So you can say that by 411, Britain is no longer a Roman province.
As the Romans were withdrawing from Britain, and specifically from around here, what do you think it must have been like for ordinary people?
Well, you can imagine what it's like in a situation where society is breaking down, where you no longer have enough soldiers to protect you, where the civil administration is breaking down, where there's a shortage of money, and where ships might appear in the estuary at any time. It could have been pretty terrifying, actually. And, people probably did suffer, I would imagine. But part of me also thinks that, people do survive, don't they? And even raiders need people to farm and to make things. So, yes, there would have been some terrifying times, but, people survived, did they not?
I suppose, in a way, no matter how sophisticated the Romans were compared to civilizations before them, I guess their great achievement was their engineering. What they did, for better or worse, really lasted and it's still here with us today.
That's it. I mean, it's the bones of the country, if you like.
In 406 AD, the Roman Empire was itself invaded by Germanic tribes from the north. Troops from across the empire, including Britain, were called back to defend the homeland. By around 407 AD, the last contingents of the Roman army had left Britain. With no Roman administration to maintain order or soldiers to defend it, the Roman way of life fell under attack, both from the tribes within Britain and the Saxons arriving from northern Europe. Roman rule in Britain was over.
Stane Street has taken me from the heights of Britain's Roman splendour to the chaos of the imperial retreat after nearly 400 years.
And Stane Street is just one of the great Roman roads that I've travelled over these last few weeks. A journey across Britain of just under 1,000 miles. I've seen how the roads helped the Romans conquer Britain by carrying their armies, but then paved the way for the creation of towns and cities, the introduction of new religions and pastimes, the building of Roman Britain.
And Rome's legacy lives on with us today, from these inspiring buildings to the culture and of course the incredible road network that has been my pleasure to walk along.